else there is. You're still alive, she said. Oh, and do I deserve to be? Is that the question? And if so, who answers? Who answers? I'm still alive, I'm still alive, I'm still alive, I'm still alive,
Woo! What's up, people? It's good to see you. Oh my goodness. Bev. Listen, man. First off, before I get into anything, I'm not even going to talk about it that much. I still have not gone over and that's what we're doing tonight. We're doing that tonight. I know you guys have been watching other channels and probably seen this shit gone over 30 times. Well, I'm going over it. I haven't gone over Wednesday's hearing. I'm going to go over it. I'll speed it up, of course, but I'm going over it. But let me tell you something. You guys, because I adore you and because you are my favorite part of this whole thing, you are the people who keep me from feeling like I'm fucking that prevents me from being gaslit. You, the attorneys who take interest in this case, and so out of respect for you, I am relaying a fact. What's up, James Jackson? That's my boy right there. Calm down. Just relax. Everything is gonna be okay. Okay? Everything is gonna be okay. I'm talking to those of you who are so angry. But I'm telling you that 2 nights ago, I had a fantastic meal of food with Mark Bederow and Nan Gallagher. And I'm telling you, if Mark Bederow says everything's okay, nothing to worry about, I believe him. So now I don't think that he counted on Judge Bev to deny him because it just never happens. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But it was the kind of vibe that if it did happen, it's going to be okay anyway. Okay? So just, be angry, but be productively angry. You know what I mean? Just be productively angry. There's no reason to riot just yet. But you also have to look at both sides of the coin as well. Okay? Both sides of the coin. There's the one side of the coin where this is fucked up and Bev is absolutely abusing her power and this sucks. But the other side to that coin is Bev is showing the world that she is abusing her power. This is undeniable. She's showing the world. Everyone can see it. Everyone can see right through it. If you've got Peter from Lawyer You Know straight up saying Judge Beverly Cannoni's biased as fuck, a guy who is one of those channels that wants to stay as neutral as possible, understandably so, I get it, not criticizing that method of running your YouTube channel. I'm saying for him to get to the point where he's just like, yeah, all right, she's biased. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is he won't be able to consult. Mazza, it's good to see you again, buddy. He won't be able to consult. I don't think so. I'd have to ask an attorney. I could be wrong about that. But I'm of the opinion that the gag order where the attorneys are not allowed to talk to anyone outside of the circle is to deliberately prevent them from consulting with Mark Bederow anyway. This is the only way they can legally stifle Mark Bederow from helping Karen Reed. So, and Judge Beverly Cannoni is accountable for all of this. She's accountable for all of this. So, well, I would take Melanie Little's word over mine. I would even do that when it comes to that. So, but I'm of the opinion that this is all a design to sabotage Karen Reed's defense. Understand something. Karen Reed, Hank, hashtag Spanky Breenan he doesn't have a case against Karen. It's just that simple. He doesn't have a case. The case fell apart in the first trial. It completely fell apart, and it was already held together by chewing gum. And so it fell apart in the first trial, period, point blank. That happened. And so his only strategy is to disable Karen Reed's defense. That's his only strategy. And it is a violation of her rights. This is a crime. I cannot believe that there are federal agencies that were watching this and have decided, no, we can't do nothing. I can't believe that. I refuse to believe that. Because our country is going down the shitter if this is happening in our country. If what's happening to Karen Reed is happening in the United States of America, this isn't the United States of fucking America. Is it? Because what makes the United States of America the United States of America, other than its foundation, which happens to be our justice system that keeps our society together, keeps it running? If this is allowed to happen in the United States of America, this is not the United States of America. Period. I see Olivia in here. What's up, Olivia? I was thinking the same shit. If the feds actually close their investigation, they reopen that shit real quick after this week. You better believe that. The fuckery that's taking place. Now, I haven't seen or heard what happened with Alan Jackson and Judge Bev in the second part of Wednesday's hearing. I was at Aiden's hearing after lunch, but I was in the courtroom for the first part of the hearing. So we're going to watch that anyway because it was fucking crazy. It was fucking crazy when I was in there. So dude, I'm but yeah. So let's go down the list real quick. Just off the top of my head, because this list will not be complete. This is just me saying what I can think of at the moment. So far, Judge Beverly Cannoni has robbed, well, let's say this. The Massachusetts State Police have robbed Karen Reed of a fair investigation, of her right to a fair investigation. Judge Beverly Cannoni has violated her right to a fair and impartial, because Fanning should not have been anywhere near that jury in any way, shape, or form. Judge Beverly Cannoni has robbed Karen Reed of the right to a fair and impartial judge. That's just off the top of my head. And it's blatant. Like, it's in your face. It's not like, oh, did she do that? No, it fucking is. That's what happened. It's just what happened. It's not even like, could it be construed that way?
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Greg, thank you so much, buddy. I thought the same thing. Breenan can't argue the facts, so he's attempting to disable, duct tape their mouths, them from defending themselves. He's a snake, right? And Judge Beverly Cannoni is facilitating this. She's allowing it to happen. She is not too stupid to see what this strategy is, and she is fueling it. She might as well be funding it. Krista, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Appreciate it. Shockingly corrupt, Joe. Flip ahead. Shockingly. Chloe Bites, Cynthia Rose. Dang it, I'm late. Glad you're here. Remember for 3 months. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, we don't have to spend the whole night, and we don't necessarily have to cut this off at 3 hours, but it just depends on how I'm going to be feeling later. But let's watch. Should have had this shit fucking ready. 10 days ago, 3 days ago. Okay. No, I need 2 days ago. All right. Sorry, I'm just looking for the hearing, and it shouldn't be this hard to find. It should not be this hard to find at all. Okay. All right. I think I got it. It just feels like it would have been a longer, unless they edited it down. Doesn't seem like they edited it down.
Security to the defense.
What's up, Laferio? Nan. Okay, come on.
By the court with no additional information.
No, I didn't tell you about the role. I didn't know who it was.
I'm getting to that because that was
So
the conversation that we
immediately Bev is defensive. This is very interesting because I noticed this while I was in the courtroom. Immediately Bev is extremely defensive.
had. When we were told on the day of closing argument to approach sidebar, the court indicated through multi-level hearsay, we'll all agree that it was some sort of multi-level hearsay suggestion that there was some sort of misconduct by the jurors or by a specific juror. We pressed the issue at sidebar and asked who the source was. At that time, for the first time, we were told the name Lieutenant Fanning. We obviously
You were not, just so we're clear, you were not told that.
I can't remember. Is this before or after lunch?
No, we were told that by, and I'm getting to that as well. We were told that by Ms. McLaughlin. She's the one that indicated that it was reported. I'm sorry. That's not right. That's not right.
No, this is before.
We addressed the issue on
I
who
remember
was the
that
source.
specifically. I remember him saying that's not right, and correcting himself.
I believe the court then inquired of one of the court officers.
This is before.
Who are in charge of the jury.
Your Honor, I'm getting to that. I understand that. But if you'll allow me to make the argument and to indicate what as my declaration says.
He hasn't even been able. She's cutting him off defensively. Make no fucking mistake about that. It's defensive. And she's cutting him off before he even makes his argument. Trying to shut him down. Afraid of hearing what he's going to say. And he's going, Your Honor, I'm getting to it. Like, just give me a second. That is unbelievably unprofessional. That is the act of someone who feels like they're being accused of something. And he hasn't even indicated that. Alan Jackson hasn't even indicated it.
My good faith belief, based on reasonable belief, this is how we get there. We were then asked, or the court asked the court officer to join us at sidebar. He then indicated that it was Lieutenant Fanning. Ms. McLaughlin then went on to say, and by the way, he indicated that Lieutenant Fanning had reported this, supposedly gotten it from some unnamed or unidentified person. There was no evidence presented at the time, as the court knows. There was no declaration, there was no report, there was no supporting documentation whatsoever, no recording, even though this report to the court through the court officer from Lieutenant Fanning indicated that this juror may be, quote unquote, may be on a recording. And the court confronted that juror with that information. There was a brief colloquy with the juror where she said, not that I remember. No, that was the initial statement that she said in terms of any misconduct. No, I wasn't talking about the case. Over the defense's objection, this very potentially defense-friendly juror was then excused. During that discussion at sidebar, that's when Ms. McLaughlin explained for the very first time to the defense that Lieutenant Fanning was in this circumstance.
You guys have heard me and say this before, but this is for the new viewers. I saw that jury. I saw the juror that they're talking about. I saw that juror visibly react to the footage of Karen Reed's car backing into John O'Keefe's Traverse, and visibly react to the video in the Sallyport being inverted. I was in the courtroom for that, and I saw her react to it visibly. So make no mistake that whoever is trying to fix this fucking jury in the first trial, because yeah, I'm saying it. Whoever is in on the fix of that jury heard that and saw her reactions too. And so she was kicked off.
And she said that he was the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required. Period. End quote. That sentence says a lot. It said a lot to me.
It does not say he has access to or control over the jurors.
It says
he just keeps saying that. At no point has Alan Jackson used the words access to the jurors. He has not yet stated Fanning had access to the jurors. She is incredibly defensive, jumping to the conclusion that she is being accused of not jury tampering, but making at the very least a vital mistake by allowing a witness in the case and a detective active in this investigation who is being accused, who the investigation is being accused by the defense of being a frame job. And this guy's allowed to oversee the jury, to be in charge of the jury, whether he had direct access to them or not. That is beyond inappropriate. To have this man, who is a witness in the case, and also, great timing, Mizzy, it's good to see you, also was the lead investigator as I recall. Probably wrong about that. I could be wrong about that. But the lead investigator in the Sandra Birchmore investigation, and Sandra Birchmore was pronounced a suicide. It was ruled a suicide. Many of the same investigators worked that case. Feds had to come in, determine that it was a murder, and charge Farwell with it. And this man, who is, yeah, exactly, Olivia Nile, just in case you had any doubts that about whether or not Judge Bev is corrupt, she's corrupt as fuck. Like, it's not even a question anymore. I wonder. No. You take all of the facts about that we already know about Judge Beverly Cannoni. The fact that her brother defended Chris Albert. This is more than just a little small world. You know what I mean? This is not a small world after all kind of bullshit here. Her brother defended Chris Albert when he killed a man with his car drunk. She should have recused herself from this case. She has been adamant about presiding over this case. If you're impartial, you would not be adamant about presiding over any case. I want to keep this going. I mean, I could ramble on and on, but just for starters, she should have recused herself from this case.
And I'm just going to stop you. I'll let you finish in a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Yannetti, as a Massachusetts practicing lawyer, knows that the court officers are in charge of the jurors.
Boom. Right there, she pulls the same shit she did during trial when Alan Jackson didn't accuse her of anything, but said there's something fishy about these juror instructions. There's something, the way it's set up and worded, it's not okay. Like, and then what does she do? Mr. Yannetti knows, right, Mr. Yannetti, that this is how it's done in Massachusetts? She goes to the Yannetti thing when she's defensive. Why is she defensive? That is the question that all of us should be asking the most. That is the question that all of us should be beating all over fucking social media. Why is Judge Beverly Cannoni defensive when these things are brought up? Pay attention to Alan Jackson's arguments. Before he even gets a chance to say anything, she is defensive. It's not even a question of whether or not she's being defensive. It's not even do you think she's being defensive? I don't know. No, that is someone who is acting defensive. There's not even, there's no room for speculation on it. Beyond a reasonable doubt, this woman is being defensive.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
If there is a commander of the extensive security operations over the entire case, there is, Your Honor, no greater security operation than securing the jurors. That is sacrosanct. It's paramount among the security operations that the court embraces. And we were told, I didn't make it up, Ms. McLaughlin told us, we were told he was the commander, not part of the security operation that was outside the court, not part of the security operation that helped parking cars.
The commander. And it's real simple. Like, the fact that she wants to play semantics shows that she's being defensive as well, saying he was not in charge of the jury, or he had no access to the jury. Fanning had no access to the jury. No, it doesn't matter, because the person who does have access to the jury answers to fucking Fanning. Answers to him. He is the commander. This is the filthiest shit I've ever fucking seen, dude. Hellfish Haven, thank you so much. Bev asking Lally if he wanted to object. Shady as fuck. Right. Super shady. Super fucking shady.
Cars or making sure that citizens got in and out of the courtroom appropriately. We were told he was the commander of the extensive security operations in this case. It is reasonable to conclude from that statement that Fanning was either directly in charge of the jurors, which the court is now telling me he wasn't. Again,
You were told that at sidebar that day by Ms. McLaughlin.
No, we were not. We were told.
I have the transcript.
Well, Your Honor, what we were told is what his title was. Commander of the extensive security operations of the court. So we reasonably concluded that he was either directly in charge of the jurors or in charge of the people who were in charge of security of the jurors. But we were never allowed the opportunity to find out exactly what his role was because the court didn't take evidence, refused our request at the time in good faith. Both Mr. Yannetti and I asked the court to take evidence from Lieutenant Fanning.
I think it was Ms. Little.
I'm sorry?
I think it was Ms. Little who asked me to.
And what was the court's response? The court's
Who cares?
response was to decline that invitation. We didn't take any evidence, which would have drawn down on the issue. So I wouldn't have to make reasonable conclusions. I would actually have the information. So of course, that's one of the issues that is attendant to our motion to dismiss because it seems wildly inappropriate. Here's what we do know about Lieutenant Fanning. Once his name was
And it sucks because Jackson, as a lawyer, this is why I could never be a fucking lawyer, dude. Because he knows that he has to say this seems wildly inappropriate. We fucking all know that it is wildly inappropriate. It fucking is. It's not seems that way. It fucking is wildly inappropriate. And I have spent enough time with Alan Jackson to know that he is dying to scream that shit. Dying to. This man is fucking passionate about this case. Think about how much this guy's not even getting fucking paid right now. And he has to fly back and forth across the country. He's based in LA, for fuck's sake. You know how long a flight to LA is? It's as long as it can get. From Boston, it's as long as it can get. It's dude, like, I feel so bad for him when he's dealing with this. And it's like, it's clear that Beverly Cannoni is a fucking dirty motherfucker. Like, it's clear. It's not even a question anymore. And he's got to sit here and give her the benefit of the doubt and treat her with respect. Oh, look, holla at your boy. You're a handsome devil. What's your name?
It was uttered. Here's what we did know. He's among the troopers that is one of Michael Proctor's supervisors. He interviewed several prosecution witnesses who testified at trial against Miss Reed, including Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, Bridget Meehan, Heather Maxson. He interviewed all of those individuals.
Thank you, Keek the Geeky Geek. Or Kay the Geeky Geek. Thank you so much. She is defensive because she is Morrissey's minion to make this problem for him to go away. He must have something on her. It's gotta be, dude. I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know if he's got something on her. I don't know if she's being paid. But I know this. She is facilitating the railroading of Karen Reed. She's the force behind it at this point. She's behind the driver's wheel. Well, no. She's not behind the driver's wheel. Hank Brennan's driving the car, but she's the fucking car. She's the gas in the car.
Or took part in those interviews. Lieutenant Fanning was at the defendant's home and seized her cell phone in January of 2024, just months before the trial began. Lieutenant Fanning was included on the text chain where Trooper Proctor said he was going through my client's phone looking for nudes. And then his name comes up sidebar as the commander of the extensive security operations attendant to this case, and he's the source to whom something was reported about juror misconduct. When you couple those two things together, that he's the commander of security and a person who supposedly, through hearsay, overheard a juror making statements about the case, and they have an entire myriad of individuals to whom they could report it. They report it to Fanning. and then Fanning reports it to the court officer who reports it to the court, it is not unreasonable to conclude that he was at least within the orbit of the security operations governing the jurors, which is exactly why we put it in our papers. And without additional information clarifying that, we have no way of knowing that he wasn't involved or didn't have any direct access to the jurors. If he didn't, he didn't. And that's a fact that everybody can agree on. But when we heard the information, the only reasonable conclusion we had, given the fact that he was the source of the information and he was defined as the commander of security over the entire case, not part of the case, the entire case, which includes the jury, that is a reasonable conclusion.
So you signed your affidavit 2 weeks ago when you already knew that he did not have any access to the jurors.
No, I didn't. I absolutely did
Signed
not.
it.
Boom. Look at that. And then she just flat out lies. What's happening here is so plain as day wrong. And I want to know why nobody's fucking talking about this one simple fact that everybody seems to simply be overlooking. Why is the judge arguing with the defense when he's arguing his motion? He's not supposed to argue it. The judge is not supposed to argue back. She's supposed to rule after hearing the argument from both sides. Why is she arguing with Alan Jackson? This is not to be overlooked because that shit is unprecedented on this channel. I'm not saying it never happened before, but I've covered many trials, and I'm telling you right fucking now that I've never seen that shit. Never even fucking heard of it. She's doing it exactly because she's guilty. She hasn't been accused of anything, but she is defending herself with every argument at Jackson.
Signed and sworn under the pains and penalties of perjury this 21st day of February 2025.
Correct. On February 21st, 2025, we were still at the first time that it was mentioned that he had absolutely no access to the jurors. He never had any contact with the jurors is when we received our responsive documents from the opposition from the Commonwealth. In that document, they mentioned he never had any direct access. He didn't have indirect access. They make these claims with no verification, by the way, no declaration, no supporting evidence, no declaration from the attorneys who filed the opposition. That's the first time someone actually took the position that he had absolutely no access to any of the jurors, direct or indirect. So when we filed our papers, the information that I just told the court is the information we were working from.
I will let you move on. I can tell you, I'm really not satisfied with your answer, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor,
Well, put it this way. Let's say it this way.
Wow.
So now that you know that he had absolutely no access to the jury, what's the nature of the conflict? How is your client's right?
Here's the problem with that, Bev. I don't know. If I'm Alan Jackson, what I'm thinking right now is I don't know that he had no access to the jury. That's why I'm fucking standing here. I don't know. That's the point. How do I know that? Because you're telling me? Not good enough. Sorry. Not good enough. Just because you say something out loud, it doesn't make it true. And I'm seeing this behavior coming from the judge as well as the prosecutor, who is a defense lawyer for the most, who was the defense lawyer for the most, arguably the most infamous mobster in the history of Boston. Come on. And he's prosecuting this case as a special prosecutor. And she's holding his hand throughout this whole thing. But that's not suspicious. Get the fuck out of my face. Judge Beverly Cannoni is a corrupt piece of shit.
To a fair trial jeopardized.
Is
Now
there
that you
evidence
know
that-
it's not true.
Is there evidence? My question to the court is there evidence that he had absolutely no access
There it is.
direct or indirect with any of the jurors? I don't know that to be true. I mean, I take the court at its word, obviously, clearly.
So we will move on from that, Mr. Jackson. We'll move
I
on.
take the court at its word, fine. But Karen Reed has a right to the evidence that this man, who she's accusing of railroading her, did not have access to this jury. Prove that to her. She has a right to that. You have a duty to her, Judge Beverly Cannoni, to prove it to her. Sure, that's all good and dandy, whether I believe you or not. It's not a question of whether I believe you or not. It's a question of I have the right to know beyond a reasonable doubt that he didn't have access to this jury. Thank you, Iron City Choppers. Appreciate you.
We'll move on from that. So
Well, the court's asking what is our evidence.
She is so
what's our indication.
move on from it. Move on from it. La 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 la. She was a fucking hair away from going like this. La 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 la, Mr. Jackson. Nah, I can't hear you. That is a child throwing a fucking tantrum. And the only reason a judge would behave that way is because they're fucking guilty of something. Period. There's no other reason why a judge would behave in that manner in their own court unless they were guilty of something.
Of the impropriety of him being the person that actually reported this misconduct and ultimately leading to the exclusion of a very, very defense-friendly defense-friendly juror, or presumably a defense-friendly juror, and knowing at the same time that he was intimately involved in the prosecution of my client. That's the reason. Because
Intimately
he was within the
involved.
orbit of commanding, according to Ms. McLaughlin, commanding the extensive security service, because he was at least within the orbit of commanding,
At least within the orbit of commanding.
according to Ms. McLaughlin, commanding the extensive security services over this case, and he ends up, just ironically, who knew? He ends up being the source of the information that got that juror removed. That's awfully coincidental, Your Honor. And yes, that's the foundation on which we built our argument that that shouldn't have happened. He certainly never, ever should have had any access, even in the orbit of the jurors, directly or indirectly, and the court never even inquired.
Damn
why
fucking
he was
right.
Receiving the report. Why Lieutenant Fanning, of all people, who then reports it to the court officer, who then reports it to the court, who then removes the juror? That's an awfully straight line.
Yeah.
Between Lieutenant Fanning, who has an interest in this case, and the removal of a juror. That's improper in our view. And that's why we put it in the papers, and that's why we argued it the way we did. Because we were working off of extremely reasonable beliefs based on information that was provided to us at sidebar in the court's presence.
Dude, Alan Jackson was on fire, bro.
I think so.
Dude, I've never, following crime cases for as long as I have, I can honestly say that I've never had a more fruitful experience than the week that I spent, almost a week that I spent in Boston this past week. I've never experienced so much beneficial shit. And I'm telling you, because I got to sit in the courtroom, watch Alan Jackson do that. And then after lunch, I got to watch Tim Bradel decimate Cosgrove. And I mean, just being a fly on the wall to get to listen to Bederow and Nan have conversations. Fantastic. And seeing Nan enjoy herself as much as she did and meet all the people she wanted to meet was incredible. I mean, this was my 5th time up there, but for Nan, it was like a big deal. And she made it so fruitful for everyone else. And I don't mean just because she was so generous. I mean with her insight. Her presence in every single thing was beneficial to everyone because she is passionate about this and knows what the fuck she's talking about.
Thank you for that. The court invoked Mr. Unetti and said, as local counsel, he knows this not to be true. Mr. Unetti just indicated to me that that's quite the fact. And so Mr. Unetti, I think, should be able to at least address the court. As the court said yesterday, when we filed something, we filed it on behalf of everyone, including Mr. Unetti. So if the court would allow Mr. Unetti to explain what his experience is, that may elucidate on this issue.
If we have time later, go on with your argument.
I'm happy to, Your Honor, and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
If we have time later. Like all that fucking dick that AJ's got to eat is so infuriating to listen to. Witch in the Wardrobe, thank you so much. I feel AJ has defended himself many times, and Bev restricts his defense to Karen. She is a severe threat to the U.S. justice system. Good. God bless Karen and the team. Absolutely agree 100%. Thank you so much.
The cumulative discovery misconduct by the Commonwealth, as laid out in our moving papers through their agents, has been both egregious and pervasive. We've outlined most of these issues in our moving papers, all of these issues in our moving papers. But I want to concentrate my argument for the court this afternoon on the exculpatory Sallyport videos. I'm not waiving any of our arguments in the moving papers, but in the interest of time and focus, I think it bears upon the court at this point to consider most prominently the Sallyport issue, or the Sallyport video issue. The Commonwealth, to start off with, two facts that are true. The Commonwealth cannot deny the untimely disclosure of critical exculpatory evidence. They cannot and they will not deny that untimely disclosure. And they also cannot deny that critical evidence was intentionally, not by some sort of mishap, but intentionally was withheld from us. So what do they do in their opposition? Most of the time they spend saying that the prosecutors themselves did not know. They had no actual knowledge. While they concede the unavoidable in their moving papers, which is that the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department both knew about the evidence and both withheld it. Conveniently, they throw much of this on the back of Michael Proctor. It was sort of to be expected. He's already damaged goods, so why not? And they also bring in a newly revealed sergeant.
Get him, Jackson.
By the name of DG Petro, who's already retired, gone from the police force, and who interestingly retired just 2 days after the Commonwealth's October 2024 disclosure revealing previously withheld Sallyport video.
I'm just going to ask, is he available, Mr. Brennan?
Not today, but it could be available.
I'm just curious. So he's still around.
Yes,
Okay.
he's cooperative.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go ahead.
Our motion illustrates.
Yeah,
that-
then he's
and
cooperative.
I'll walk through the videos that we did get and when we received them. Our motion illustrates that dismissal in this case is required because of the cumulative impact of clear-cut discovery
Required.
violations, clear-cut, inexcusable Brady violations. And from a legal standpoint, the conduct in this case is so egregious, it's so pervasive, and it's so deliberate that prejudice must be presumed. We don't have to prove prejudice; it should be presumed. To begin, I want to start the issue by talking about the condition of Miss Reed's passenger taillight. The condition of that SUV passenger taillight at the time it was brought into the Sallyport at Canton PD is of critical importance. And that may be one of the most important facts in this entire case. It's important because we know as a fact now that not a single piece of taillight was ever recovered at 34 Fairview until after that vehicle was in the possession of Michael Proctor and the Massachusetts State Police. That's the foundation on which this entire argument is built. And it is an undisputed fact, although it wasn't undisputed for years. Other material facts that are not in dispute. The Sallyport video has been in the possession and custody and control
Angel,
of the Commonwealth
thank you so
since
much.
January 29th, 2022. That is a fact. It's also a fact that none of it, not one bit of it, was ever disclosed to the defense until April 4th, 2024. On April 4th, and I want to walk through what videos we did get and when. On April 4th, we got two videos. One was the Sallyport interior front wall. That was the video that was missing 42 minutes, which was the 42 minutes where it would have shown the car being pulled into the Sallyport. And we also received a Canton Police Department driveway video with the SUV.
Reason number 5,227 why I think Beverly Cannoni is corrupt is because she's allowing this evidence. She's allowing evidence to enter this case that is doctored, clearly proven to be doctored, and was failed to be shared in discovery all through pre-trial, the first trial, and some of the first trial. Forrest Dump, thank you so much. I'm embarrassed to call myself a Massachusetts resident after watching, analyzing, and stewing over the atrocities of Massachusetts judicial corruption. Ugly. It's exactly what this is. This is judicial corruption, period. Point blank. It is. There's got to be something that can be done. There has to be. I mean, this can't happen in the United States of America. It can't. Especially under a Trump administration who spent his whole campaign talking about how he was going to crack down on this kind of corruption. So there has to be somebody who can do something about this. She cannot be allowed to operate like this. Thank you, the Goodmans. Free Karen Reed, thank you so much. Yes, I appreciate it. Oh man, and I keep give me 1 second here. Sorry. I keep forgetting to do this. All right. Make sure if you're feeling generous and if you're feeling angry, Karen Reed needs your help more than ever. Karen Reed would not stand a chance against this. This is the craziest shit in the world. The level of corruption that's taking place here, Karen Reed could not do this without your support. She can't. Like, it's so necessary. I mean, like $1, whatever you can do. And I didn't pin the message. Hold on. I need to pin it. Yeah, this is just insane, dude.
TV on the flatbed, which did not show the rear end of the car. On April 23rd, 2024, by the way, April 4th, the court will recall, was just in the shadow of the beginning of the trial. On April 23rd, in the middle of the trial, we received another Sallyport interior backwall video. That was the video that is now sort of famously inverted. On October 10th, 2024, 2 days before Sergeant DJ Petro retired, we received 4 videos. The Canton PD interior hallway, the Canton PD rear lock main side, the Canton PD rear lock cruiser side, and the Canton PD church side exterior Sallyport. And I highlight the word exterior because it becomes extremely important in just a moment. These are 4 videos, all of which show Brian Higgins in some way, shape, form, or fashion at the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022. Then on January 28th, 2025, the Canton Police Department main driveway side exterior Sallyport was given to us. That's a grainy and very wobbly video that nobody can sort of make heads or tails out of. You can see the general outline of a vehicle, but the condition or the quality is so bad that you can't tell what the condition of the taillight is, which is what we're interested in. And I bring this to the court's attention, or I highlight this, because this is the second exterior Sallyport video.
Yeah, come on. Like, what judge isn't going to go, that's awfully convenient, Canton Police? That's awfully fucking convenient. Glamasseuse, thank you so much. Colleen Crawford and Fanning doctored video in the murder of Keith Boudreau at the Home Ice Sports Bar in Quincy, Massachusetts in March 2015. Fahey killer appealed his conviction in 2020. Wow. I will have to look into that. Thank you. That's fucking crazy. I mean, what judge isn't going to see this for what it is? Judge Beverly's dirty as they come. Judge Bev is dirty as they come. I guarantee it. I'd bet on it.
Video that we ever received. One on October 10th, one on January 28th, 2025. Then on Friday, this past Friday, something pretty remarkable happened. We just received a report from Sergeant Butnick.
Perfectly said, Olivia Nile.
Dated February 28th, which is 5 days ago now. And he makes an important admission in that report for the very first time during all of this. He indicates that in May of 2024, during trial, he was, quote, provided with a thumb drive and the CD labeled with a Post-it note on my desk to review prior to testimony. He goes on to say, quote, at this time, I reviewed the video and I reviewed video made available to me, which included video footage of the Canton PD exterior Sallyport. That means that the Massachusetts State Police not only had in their possession exterior
best response ever, Joe. Flip ahead.
Video, but they knew about it and were reviewing it during trial. But we didn't get any of it.
Yes, it was really nice meeting you too, Bonnie Coy. Thank you so much. It was thank you for all you do. Appreciate you.
I just said October 10th, we got one. January 28th of this year, we got the other. So that was withheld from us for the entirety of the first trial and all the way until at least October 10th, possibly as late as January 2025. And they've now admitted that. But who else knew about this withheld video in May of 2024 during trial? On cross-examination.
So can I just ask, was this of better quality than anything you had, or was it the same wobbly? Okay.
Thank you, Forrest Dump. Appreciate you. Why was Hank allowed to display videos of Sally in his opposition motion to dismiss? I mean, thank you, Weasel, but we could play a few too. I don't know. I haven't gotten there yet. Remember, I wasn't in the courtroom. I actually have those of you who are used to watching me know that I prefer to do reactions. So I almost made it a point. I even told Bederow not to tell me what happened. Because I knew he had to catch up on it. And so he did in between court letting out and dinner that night. Buzzing for Truth, thank you so much. Bever's outrageously biased and it shows. Yeah, agreed. Thank you, Buzzing for Truth. Yeah, so I mean, I was like, yeah, don't even I don't want to know. Because I want to react to it. And because I saw Alan Jackson's face walking out of the courtroom at 4:00, and he was red and had a look of concentration, to say it mildly. But I did tell him, dude, you look mad. And he's just busted out laughing. But I was like, dude, you look fucking mad. So I am gonna play this until we even we're gonna finish this. Because it's Friday night. Fuck it, man. I got plenty of energy drinks. I can make coffee if I got to. We're good to go. I brought my gummies down here, so if I need to, Krista limited edition. Thank you so much. Little did Karen know that the fateful night that she would have become the face of exposing corruption and uniting the world. Free Karen Reed. Let's hope. Let's hope. But she's definitely uniting a lot of people. What Karen Reed is in this is a Ronin. She is a warrior with no master. She is a Ronin. Tough as nails. LOL, no tampering. Thank you, member, for 1 month. Unring the game. Free Karen Reed. Agreed. Thank you so much.
Grainy, can't make heads or tails out of hardly any of it.
Thank you, Bonnie Coy.
The question is, who else knew about this? Did anybody else know about this being withheld from us in May of 2024 during trial? On cross-examination on June 6th, Trooper Buchnick admitted to reviewing video evidence with Mr. Lally in May of 2024 in prep for his testimony. Was that the video that they were reviewing together? Was it the exterior Sallyport video? We now know that Buchnick watched some sort of exterior Sallyport video. He admits it in this report that we just got 5 days ago. And we also know that he and Mr. Lally were reviewing video together before his testimony in May of 2024 because he admitted to that on cross-examination during trial. But I didn't have information about what he was reviewing because we didn't have the videos. So either they reviewed together the inverted video that was then played and knowingly presented false evidence to a jury and to this court, or they reviewed exterior Sallyport video and intentionally withheld it from us. This is binary. It only happened one of two ways.
Right.
Either it was the inverted video that they prepped on.
It's binary, meaning it could only be one of two things. There's no possibility for anything other than those two possibilities, period. That's it.
And then presented inverted video to the jury, which is a problem. Or they,
Right.
they reviewed external or exterior video and did not provide it to us intentionally. Either way, the withholding that evidence admitted to now by Trooper Buchnick was obviously egregious. It was obviously in error. It was obviously calculated. Another important material fact not in dispute. On April 10th, 2024, the DA certified disclosure of, quote, all evidence.
Sorry, can I just get back to that, what you were just discussing about May 2023?
Yes.
How is that exculpatory?
Because
Wow.
the videos themselves, that the court will see through the presentation of my oral argument, the fact that those videos all just happened to either be grainy, wobbly, missing 42 minutes, or from the wrong
Exactly.
angle and flipped backward.
I reason number 5,782 why I think that Judge Beverly Cannoni is corrupt is the fact that none of this causes her grave concern. But a misunderstanding, which is not even a big deal, over experts, caused her grave concern to the point to where she was shaking. And she was shaking because she felt that she was on the verge of lifting a weight off of herself that she has been carrying for 3 years, which is railroading Karen Reed and taking on Alan Jackson head to head, who's just a better lawyer than she is because he's smarter and because he doesn't even really have to be, because the truth is indisputable. All he has to do is deliver the facts and the truth, and that's all he's been doing. And that has been the biggest Achilles heel to every prosecutor in this case and to the judge. Because you cannot successfully argue against the truth, especially when the person who is arguing the truth is Alan Jackson. Buzzy for Truth, thank you so much. Spanky reminds me of the Riddler in OG Batman's. A little bit, yeah. Lola, thank you so much. Let's switch out Bev for Nan. Shh, don't tell. Joe Flipperhead already did.
Tend to show that the Commonwealth doesn't want the condition of the taillight to be seen by anybody when it's pulled into the Sallyport. That is a reasonable inference. In other words, it's the cumulative effect of the bad videos that helps us. That's why it's exculpatory.
All right. And also, could you explain to me the prejudice?
I will get to the prejudice as I move through.
Now or no?
Yeah.
If you're
I'll
gonna
give me 1 second and I'll point out the obvious again, Judge.
do it later, that's fine.
I will do it later. I think the prejudice is cumulative. Obviously, we didn't have the information that we needed to be able to cross-examine the witnesses that we needed to be able to cross-examine at the time that it was provided. It just very obviously. There were certain videos that were clear from some cameras on other days and other times, but these cameras that were late discovery that was provided to us just so happened to all go out. They all find their way to be defective in one way or another at the exact moment that we would need them.
Yeah, like
On April 10th, 2024, the DA filed its certification of giving us all evidence that they had in their possession and that they had done a reasonable inquiry. Both of these, that certification was just flat not true. How could that be true? And we're still getting video evidence that is in their possession, custody, and control in October, in January. How could that possibly be true? It isn't true. And it's illuminating when you look closely at the Commonwealth's opposition to our motion. First and notably, the Commonwealth makes these broad statements couched as fact. They're bold pronouncements, and there's myriad excuses in their opposition paperwork. And it's backed up by now.
And in its conceptual phase right now, I have a very special guest in the works of joining this channel for a live stream. A very, very special guest. It is in its conceptual phases at the moment. A date has not been set, but I will actually be deciding that this evening. I will get on top of that this evening. But yeah, I don't want to say until it's booked and I can set it up because it could fall through. But I don't see why it would. But
by next to nothing. Not a single exhibit at the time they filed their opposition. There's some exhibits that have been lately provided, including some exhibits just a few minutes ago that they're now adding to their exhibit list and to their opposition. But at the point of fact, at the time they filed their opposition, there was no factual support for any of its positions.
So are you pointing me to something specific, or are you just saying in general and you'll wrap it up?
In general, the only thing that they had attendant to their opposition was this joint affidavit that doesn't address any of the defense allegations at all. Contrast that with the defense motion, which was supported by nearly 20 fact exhibits. There may be a reason why they didn't support their positions with exhibits at the time, because the facts don't support the Commonwealth's position. These are indefensible and indisputable facts that I'm explaining to the court about the turning over of these Sallyport videos, specifically turning to.
And let me tell you something.
Surveillance video.
Nan is right here on the end. There's me, there's SD, and then there's Nan right there, right? Nan and Bederow, you can't see, but the entire time they're taking notes. The entire time that I was sitting there, they were taking notes. Captain Skid Marks, thank you so much. Canton has the same cameras that all the Bigfoot hunters have. So I mean, I had a thought. I just don't want to say it out loud. Canton has the same cameras that all the Bigfoot hunters. Yeah. Hold on. Let me. Yeah. Nan's head is down because she's writing everything she's writing everything like fucking vigorously. And that morning, people were asking, where is she? Where is she? Where is she? And I texted her and I was like, where are you? Are you coming? What time? She had like gotten up at like 5 a.m. and went for a run and caught up on yesterday's or Tuesday's hearing. Then comes here and then is like taking notes. After we had went out with Aiden. So like, yeah. So after we went out with Aiden on Tuesday night, she goes back to her hotel room, I guess. I'm imagining she wakes up at an insanely stupid time. It goes running on a treadmill and catches up on the hearing from Tuesday and then comes to the courthouse and then starts taking notes. Like wild, bro.
The opposition says, or reads, the Commonwealth provided the defense with
I just always like to read along. Where does it say?
I don't have the page number.
Okay.
It's the point at which the Commonwealth indicates that they provided 90 photographs,
Okay.
crime scene photographs in support of the vehicle in the Sallyport. That is a distraction. What they don't mention in their moving papers is that the date of those photos were all February 1st, 2022. There are no photographs from January 29th, 2022, when the vehicle was brought into the Sallyport. The only thing we would have would be the videos, the surveillance videos, all of which are somehow, some way defective and which were held in their possession in some instances for nearly 3 years before it was turned over to us. So it's the condition of the car at the time that it was brought into the Sallyport on January 29th at around 5:30 p.m. that matters. That's the only time that it matters. The other evidence referenced by the Commonwealth about a 5 a.m. ring video and Canton Police Cruiser at 8 a.m. and the independent observations of Dighton Police Officer Sergeant Bederow, they all corroborate the defendant's contention that the taillight was cracked and not shattered at the time it was brought in to the Sallyport. And we're still talking about the condition of the taillight, obviously, when it was brought into the Sallyport. The Commonwealth next mentions that, Lieutenant O'Hara from the CERT team arrives at 32 Fairview Road at 4:56 p.m. They then go on to mention that he was preceded by another trooper at 4:54 p.m. and that the car got to the Sallyport at 5:30, suggesting, obviously, that the search began and taillight pieces were found before the car ever arrived.
Stop, wet
It
bandits.
if it were true, but it's not true. It's a distortion of the truth. It doesn't matter when the CERT team actually arrived and drove up there and sat in their warm cars and waited for other team members. The last team member to arrive didn't arrive until 5:41, 11 minutes, long after the car had already been secured in the Sallyport, long after Trooper Michael Proctor had access to that passenger taillight. The first taillight piece was not seen or found or recovered until 5:45.
Thank you, Hank
after the
Breen.
vehicles arrived
Hank
at 5:02.
Breenings missing weenies.
We can see who's got access to the vehicle and who makes access to the vehicle in that inverted video. Once we turn it back around, it's very obvious. It's Michael Proctor milling about at the passenger taillight. These are important details to get right. The timing matters. The opposition claims that the defense theory is quote unquote evolving. They write that the defense quote struggles to establish how the condition of the defendant's broken taillight in Canton, in the Canton PD Sallyport is in fact exculpatory. How is that exculpatory? The condition of the taillight.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? That's the evidence that you supposedly have that proves that Karen Reed hit Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe with her SUV. Now, we know it's fucking impossible for that taillight to break and John O'Keefe to sustain the injuries that he did. That is fucking impossible. It doesn't take an ARCA expert to realize that. In court it does, but it doesn't for me because I'm not fucking retarded. Okay? You don't get those injuries on your arm from a taillight breaking in one single impact. It is fucking impossible. It is beyond the magic bullet theory.
It was cracked and not shattered as it moved into the Sallyport. How do we struggle to describe that as exculpatory? Of course it's exculpatory. Of course having those videos withheld from us is prejudicial. There is no struggle. It's on the video. It's on the ring video that establishes that the right rear Lexus hit the back of the Chevy Traverse, cracking its taillight. The Commonwealth pretty desperate to ignore that inconvenient fact or that inconvenient piece of video evidence, literally previously said in open court that the Lexus only got close to the Traverse, only to be completely impeached when everybody in the courtroom at trial saw that 5,000-pound Traverse jostle, its rear wheel jostle, under the impact of the SUV right at the right rear or the passenger side taillight. Now the Commonwealth, with no factual support, no factual underpinnings whatsoever, says, okay, hang on a second. It did hit it, but it didn't crack the taillight. So whose theory is evolving?
Yeah, it's so interesting how the judge in this case seems to completely forget the concept of burden of proof. It's fascinating to me that this judge seems to just consistently disregard the entire concept of burden of proof and how it applies to our justice system.
Ours or the Commonwealth's? The defense has never wavered. We knew that Michael Proctor from the very beginning of this case had been lying about the time he first took possession of that SUV. He claimed that it was at 5:30. The court will recall this. We had litigation concerning this. He wrote it in at least 9 reports that we were able to count. 9 reports or affidavits. Those affidavits sworn under oath, and the Commonwealth repeated that time for nearly 2 years, even going so far as to argue to this court that the defense got it wrong, that we were wrong because we failed to calculate for daylight savings time. So the Commonwealth battled us, and this is something I think the court has to really weigh and balance the following conduct. The Commonwealth battled us for nearly 2 years on the singular issue
Rennie.
of the time that the SUV got to the Sallyport. They finally took their medicine at some point.
Is it safe? Is it worth sending a complaint to the executive director of the CJC in Massachusetts? One reason to complain is bias. Would it make things worse for Karen Reed? I honestly don't know. That's a great question, but I'm not the one to ask that. That's a Nan question.
And had to admit to the false time and chalked it up to a Scrivener's error in 9
He says
separate
no.
documents, memorialized 9 separate times, some of them under oath. And all the while they were battling us on the time that it got there. No, the defense is all wet. They're wrong. They just didn't account for daylight savings time. Oh, no, this was just a little mistake. It's not a big deal. It was a Scrivener's error. And the entire time they're making both of these claims, they had video in their possession that established unequivocally that car was in Michael Proctor's possession at 5:30 and pulled into the Sallyport at 5:30. They knew the time. They knew that he had retrieved it at 4:12 in the afternoon and not gotten it to the Sallyport until 5:30. So the Commonwealth was well aware in 2022, the Commonwealth and their agents were well aware in 2022 that the SUV got to the Sallyport, and that was the centerpiece of the defense case. They knew that the videos would directly impeach the lead investigator on this case, and they say that we struggle to explain the exculpatory nature of this evidence. It's not our struggle to explain it. It's their struggle to acknowledge it. Of course, that's exculpatory. It directly and unequivocally impeaches their lead investigator on one of the most important issues in the entire case. And that's only one aspect of the withheld videos that also is exculpatory. The other is the point at which it would show the condition of the taillight. In other words, when it's being pulled in to the Sallyport, would it show the condition of the taillight before Trooper Proctor had access to it in the Sallyport? That's what we've been seeking. The Commonwealth is well known from the beginning of this case that the defense has demanded all physical evidence be preserved. This is not a game of Wordle. This is not something that's supposed to be parsed. All physical evidence be preserved. That's pretty straightforward. The Commonwealth shouldn't be in the business of withholding exculpatory evidence by playing some sort of a gotcha game with definitions of words. They knew what we
Thank you so much for the Venmo, Patrick. I appreciate you, buddy.
meant. We don't actually know what the Commonwealth has. So we have to be as broad as we possibly can when asking for evidence to be preserved. So all physical evidence clearly includes the entirety of all the Sallyport videos.
Why isn't the judge? Why isn't the judge reprimanding the prosecution for the defense even having to file a motion to have them preserve evidence when it's their duty to do so anyway? Why does this judge think that it's necessary and somehow obligatory for the defense to file motions to get the prosecution to do their job, to not violate the rights of Karen Reed? I find that interesting. Forrest Dump, thank you so much. Beverly needs a gag ball with a collar padlock to keep her fat trapper shut. Ew, don't give me that visual. David E. Jones, thank you so much. Hi, Will. I've just realized this is Bev's career-defining final case in this court, so she is likely to be even more determined to get the win. Why is she determined to get a win? Is the point, David E. Jones. She shouldn't be interested in a win. She is the judge. She doesn't have a side. So why is she presiding over this case as though she does have a side? That is the question here. Why is this happening in the United States of America, in a court of law in the United States of America? This should not be happening. Because again, if it is allowed, then this is not the United States of America, is it?
The Commonwealth parses words by saying, well, we never asked for the Commonwealth to preserve the CPD footage from the Sallyport because the Canton PD is not the crime scene. You asked for crime scene footage, and Canton PD is not the crime scene. Well, first, I think that's a disingenuous argument that plays right into that sort of gotcha that we've discussed. I think the Commonwealth is better than that. That's not what we should be doing in a trial for murder. And second, let's not forget that District Attorney Morrissey actually defended publicly Michael Proctor by explaining that when Michael Proctor said he responded to the crime scene, and of course we knew he didn't respond to 34 Fairview, D.A. Morrissey said, oh, he was talking about Canton PD, which is the crime scene. So they can't have it both ways. They write on page 4 of their opposition, quote, the trial prosecutor was not aware of the existence of surveillance video in the Canton Police Department Sallyport until receiving the federal grand jury transcript of Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, end quote. So they've taken the position, look, we personally did not know anything about that Sallyport video existing until we received the federal grand jury paperwork showing Michael Proctor testified to it. First, the Commonwealth has to know that that is not the state of the law in Massachusetts. Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department are both arms of the prosecution actively involved in the investigation of this case. Not one, but two separate agencies not only knew of the existence of the footage, but the lead investigator actually admitted to a federal grand jury that he pulled the footage at the start of the case. He pulled it all. And then he said he reviewed it all because that's what the case agent does. The Commonwealth cannot absolve themselves of the egregious and very obviously intentional discovery violations by Michael Proctor, by the Massachusetts State Police, by the Canton Police Department, by saying, I personally didn't know about it. The cases are legion on that issue. Commonwealth versus Sleeper, 2002 case found at 435 Mass 581. And this is Hornbook law. Quote, a prosecutor's duty to disclose exculpatory information or exculpatory evidence extends to evidence in the possession of the police who participated in that investigation. And then Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 14A1A, the prosecutor shall disclose information covered by mandatory discovery, provided it is in the possession, custody, or control of the prosecutor.
Yeah, Joe, flip ahead. I feel you, dude. Let me tell you something. Alessi is dope as fuck in person. I haven't talked about meeting Alessi. Alessi is dope as fuck. He made it a point to like shake my hand and say, you know, and SD2 saying, I don't watch a whole lot of the stuff that's going on, but my social media team in my firm loves you guys. And I was like, oh, that's dope. And so it was really cool. So like then I overheard him. This is what really got me. I overheard him. I didn't hear what he said initially to Bill. It was private, but he made it a point to tell Bill something. And he was just like, when he was walking away, he was shaking his hand. He was like, we got this. We're good. Don't worry about nothing. He was like fired up when we were going to lunch. This was on the way to lunch. This is right after this happened. And like Alessi is, every member of Karen Reed's defense team is personally invested in this. They know how wrong this is. And they are fighting tooth and nail for Karen.
Persons under the prosecutor's direction or control, or persons who have participated in investigating or evaluating the case and either regularly report to the prosecutor's office or have done so in this case. Michael Proctor worked out of the Norfolk DA's office, physical plant. There is no question that Michael Proctor and both agencies intentionally withheld that evidence. Let's talk about Michael Proctor's testimony before that grand jury. He was asked the following question. Are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV?
Okay. The simplicity in this is beautiful. You win handle of the day, she 3PO. 100%. You absolutely win handle of. And thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it.
Yes. Question. Have you reviewed the footage of that garage? Answer. I saw one very grainy video, and then another of Sergeant Buchnick and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle. Question. When did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer. I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time.
So do you have those page numbers for me?
I can get them for you. I
Okay.
didn't cite them in my notes.
Yeah, if Ms. Little can get them for you before you finish it,
Of
that
course.
would be helpful for my review.
I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. Question. Why did you review video of the Sallyport? Answer. We review every video we pull. We pull a lot of video. It's on the case officer to watch it. By his own admission, Your Honor, Michael Proctor recognized himself in a video along with Sergeant Buchnick. That was likely the video that ended up being inverted by where Michael Proctor was by the passenger side taillight.
Ah,
And that was before
touche.
the taillight material was ever recovered at 34 Fairview. That is highly inculpatory of Michael Proctor. It is highly exculpatory of Karen Reed. Another point of fact, by his statement, Michael Proctor admitted that, quote, we pulled, end quote, the video. That video is on a 30-day overwrite. The Michael Proctor testimony in front of the federal grand jury is at page 79, lines 1 through 13.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Little.
Exhibit C, is it Charlie?
Okay.
The video is on a 30-day overwrite, Your Honor. We all now know that. We didn't know that before just a few weeks ago. I don't expect that the Commonwealth knew that either. This is new to everybody, right? But you have to have pulled the video within the first 30 days to even be able to review it. We've been getting these videos in dribs and drabs for not months, but for years.
Years,
Actually,
dude.
months. Hasn't been years.
Right. Meaning they didn't get it for years, and they just started getting it months ago. That's what he means by months, not years. Because it should have been shared with them years ago. The original Canton PD footage, untampered with, uncut, not inverted, as a whole, with metadata, should have been turned over to the defense within days of February 2nd, 2022, when David Yannetti filed that motion. That's just what should have happened. And there's no judge on the planet that I can imagine that would allow this to happen for as long as it has. No, they still don't have the original with the metadata. It's like Judge Beverly Cannoni just kind of about it. Or actually, no, I think she ruled that they don't have to turn it over, that what they have is good enough. What they've gotten is good enough. And that's why Liza Little filed a motion to change her, to reverse her decision on that. But why? How is it that in the United States of America, Karen Reed doesn't have the right to untampered with evidence? Clearly exculpatory evidence. When this is a justice system designed on the basis of you are innocent until proven guilty, and it is the burden of proof is on the state, on the Commonwealth, to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed is guilty of this crime. But so, I mean, why is this judge? We know why, but how long before we just start calling a spade, before we say that Judge Beverly Cannoni is fucking corrupt? How long? Because I'm calling it now. You know what I'm saying? Like, that time is like I've reached my limit. I cannot pretend to not notice that Judge Beverly Cannoni is fucking railroading Karen Reed. Is there a railroad crossing between Bev's home and the courthouse? Just curious. Stop it. Stop it. Keep that shit in Canada, man.
He further admitted that it shows the SUV arriving in the Sallyport at 5:30, which means he wrote those reports and signed those affidavits, the 9 that I was talking about earlier, with full knowledge that there existed a video that he had and had reviewed that proved he was lying. It doesn't get any more exculpatory than that. And that was the video. That was the very video that was withheld from us, from the defense, for 2.5 years until the middle of trial. The Commonwealth says the, quote, trial prosecutor, end quote, was not aware. It's becoming a relatively common refrain in the opposition.
Why do I hear someone saying that like this? Bev, you suspect. You suspect, Bev. Bev, you suspect.
Opposition. That's neither a defense nor a justification for blatant and egregious discovery violations by the Commonwealth and its agents. The fact that the trial prosecutor, whoever that is, it's an interesting use of the name of a pronoun. I don't know who the trial prosecutor is, but apparently the trial prosecutor, according to the Commonwealth, didn't know anything about this. But that's not a defense. Who is the trial prosecutor? Is it Adam Lally? Is it Laura McLaughlin? Is it both of them? And why are they only referring to one trial prosecutor when there were clearly 2 in the courtroom? They make the statement with no factual support for that anywhere. Again, the only affidavit that was supplied was a type of affidavit I've never seen before, where it's signed under oath by 3 different people. So which sentence goes with which person under oath? The single declaration is odd, to say the least, but it certainly doesn't define who's responsible for what statement in that declaration. We certainly know that it was not Hank Brent. He was not.
I would estimate probably about 25 feet. Not even actually. Yeah, no. Maybe 20 feet. Tops. Maybe. Tops.
So it can't be him. The Commonwealth writes, quote, the prosecutor had not been alerted to its existence by investigating officers, end quote, but claimed that on April 4th, they promptly
to her bench anyway. Not her, but to her bench.
Presented the defendant with 9 surveillance videos in its possession. The Commonwealth received the federal materials.
Were those all from the Canton Police Station?
I'm sorry?
Were those all from the Canton Police Station, those 9 videos?
My understanding is those were from the Canton surveillance. They're talking about the Canton. I didn't go back and audit which 9 they're talking about because I thought we had received 8, but I believe they're all from the Canton.
Ms. Little, were they all from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The prosecutor had not been alerted to its existence by investigating officers, but on April 4th, they promptly presented it to the defense. The Commonwealth actually received the materials that highlighted the fact that these existed in February of 2024, probably around February 21st, 2024, because that's when both sides got all the federal materials. That is not prompt. We presume that Mr. Lally has daily communications or had daily communications with Michael Proctor as the investigator, the lead investigator on the biggest case that the Commonwealth, this office of the Commonwealth has seen in a long time. And it took 2 months to produce an incomplete production of these.
Yeah, but that doesn't cause her grave concerns, does it? That the prosecutor was directly in touch with a witness, the lead investigator in the case, making small talk about the case, throughout the trial. Totally inappropriate. Totally fucking inappropriate. Same guy who was looking for nudes of Karen Reed when he had her phone looking for evidence, supposedly. He was supposed to just be looking for evidence. He was looking for nudes. A complete and utter piece of shit. Michael Proctor is a complete and utter piece of shit. There's not even any way to sugarcoat that. Michael Proctor is a fucking shitbag. And it's completely inappropriate for the lead prosecutor to be, or anybody of the prosecution to be in direct contact in direct communication over the course of a trial. Like with the prosecutor. Like it's totally fucking inappropriate. But this doesn't cause Bev grave concerns.
Of these videos. We didn't even get all of them at the time. The Commonwealth writes, quote, the quality of the video is poor in certain portions. However, this is the condition it was recorded in. Says who? That's a facts question, one that needs to be answered. And it's an important question. Who says that the Commonwealth received these, or I'm sorry, who says that this is the condition that those videos were recorded in? We've got no facts to support that whatsoever. And then the Commonwealth goes on and says, and that was the condition in which it was received by the prosecutor. That's also a fact question that needs to be answered. And these questions could be answered with a proper evidentiary hearing. The Commonwealth's representations about Louis Jutras, the technology director for Canton, being subject to cross-examination about the Canton PD video surveillance system is also just not true. They indicate, well, we had access to Louis Jutras and could have cross-examined him on all of these issues. Louis Jutras was called for a very specific reason, the town library video. We had no way of knowing at that time that he had any connection whatsoever with the Canton police video system. We were not told that until well after trial. That was never disclosed to us. And I think Mr. Brennan used this phrase not long ago, that would have been nice to know of Mr. Louis Jutras. The first time Louis Jutras was ever disclosed to as the person who installed the cameras at Canton PD was in a report dated October 10th, 2024.
Thank you, Witch of the Word, or
Crawford, and the court's heard her name as well, one of the Commonwealth's experts. Jutras indicated that he replaced and disposed of the camera capturing the inverted video at some unidentified point between January 29, 2022, when the inverted video was actually taken, in July of 2024, because it was quote unquote defective. Interestingly,
so they got rid of the camera. So there's that. Because that's not another drop in the bucket as to why this is totally suspicious. But they got rid of the fucking camera. Interesting enough. Thank you, Boston Brandy. Appreciate you.
interestingly, that's the only video that's clear. It's inverted, but at least it was clear. And that's the camera that, according to the Commonwealth, was replaced as defective. A week after filing its certificate of compliance, after the defense brought to the court's attention that 42 minutes was missing from the Sallyport video that we did receive, lo and behold, the Commonwealth produces a new video that also purports to show the passenger side taillight, except, as the court now knows, that's the one that was inverted. In the moving papers, in its opposition papers, the prosecution says, well, the prosecution had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. This is now the third or fourth time the Commonwealth sort of runs to this argument. I didn't know. We weren't sure. We did not know about its existence. No matter how many times they write it, however, it does not change the Commonwealth's responsibilities. It doesn't change the prejudice that the defense suffered. We should have had these videos at the very beginning.
So, Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you how much longer, this is the luncheon recess, but how much longer are you going to be?
Probably 45 minutes, let's say.
All right, so we'll break.
Now, we did all go to lunch at this point. And thank you, NH Dude. We did all go to lunch at this point, but for obvious reasons, I kept my distance from Karen and her team because, you know, you know what I mean? Like they got shit to talk about. But like me and Esty and Bederow and Nan sat across from us, and but yeah, like we only had time to eat soup and a salad because it was an hour lunch. So like but we rushed back to attend Aiden's hearing. So I did not get to see this second part.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Honor. When we left off before lunch, we were discussing the inverted video. In the moving papers, the prosecution indicates that, quote, the prosecutor had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. This is I don't know if it's the third or the fourth time that the Commonwealth sort of runs to this argument about not knowing personally about the existence of a particular video, but that it doesn't matter how many times they argue that point, it still doesn't change the fact that it prejudiced the defense by not having it, and one of their members, whoever that agent is of the Commonwealth, was lying about having it and not disclosing it. Somebody knew, and the question before the court is, who was it? Who did know? Perhaps it wasn't Mr. Lally, perhaps it wasn't Ms. McLaughlin. Was it Chief Rafferty? Certainly Proctor had it. He watched it. Who else knew about it? Members of the prosecution knew of the existence of this and other videos, and they hid them, and that's the galling issue. Then the Commonwealth writes that the defense altered, their word, the defense, quote, altered evidence to correct the image, as if we were altering something to deceive the court. When in point of fact, the Commonwealth well knows that that altered video was altered by them in some way, shape, form, or fashion. When it was played in.
Nan, stop telling lies. Quit your lying, girl. She was like, you go, and all I did was go, all right.
What we did is we corrected to the proper orientation to confront Sergeant Buchanan with it.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Not that, Dina. Thank you so much. I've been fighting with Google for an hour trying to do this. This is why I don't do this shit. Love you. Love you too. Thank you so much. Hell yeah.
The video, of the corrected video, to somehow suggest that the Commonwealth during this debacle had clean hands. And that's just not
Y'all
true.
are wild,
In the course
man.
of 2 days, the court will recall 2 days worth of testimony. Day one with Sergeant Buchanan under direct examination by Mr. Lally. Going into the next day, still under direct examination by Mr. Lally, they played that video completely inverted. They talked about it, they discussed it, they described it. Not once did Sergeant Buchanan or Mr. Lally inform the jurors or the court that the video was actually altered, that the video was actually backward. Not one hint to the court or the jury members. When the defense stood up and began questioning Sergeant Buchanan about that video, that was the first time that he admitted that it was inverted. He used the phrase mirror image, and that he knew that it was inverted. Amazingly, that was the same time that Sergeant Buchanan started having trouble with his memory about who was actually depicted in that video. The court will recall before I stood up on cross-examination, under direct examination by Mr. Lally, Sergeant Buchanan was very quick to point out that the individuals on that inverted video were himself and Michael Proctor. And they made the point that Michael Proctor never approached or had any access to or didn't manipulate in some way, shape, form, or fashion. This was the intimation by the Commonwealth, that passenger taillight. The Commonwealth has now conceded that that person was, in fact, Michael Proctor. It's notable that the Commonwealth went to great lengths to state that, quote, Trooper Proctor, and this is in their opposition, Trooper Proctor is standing feet away from the defendant's vehicle and never touched the right rear taillight, end quote. That's a statement made in their moving papers, specifically on a fact that is of great material importance to this case. The three prosecutors signed an oath and a declaration, and the court just called the defense out on signing a declaration or an oath. And the court's intimation, at least in its initial comments to me, was, you may have said something that you don't have a factual foundation for.
Well,
I have done my best to disabuse the court.
Here's the thing, Jeff Williams. I'm going to say something I've said many, many times, okay? And especially now at this point, with her denying Karen Reed of her right to counsel of her choice and not recusing herself, when just her presiding over this case is inappropriate in and of itself. This should have never even went to trial in the first place, the first time. This should have never, sorry, I know that was redundant. This should have never went to trial the first time. And so it should never have, it doesn't matter how many fucking lawyers, dude. She can have as many fucking lawyers as she wants. Doesn't fucking matter. This is America. She's allowed to have as much counsel as she fucking wants. So what I was going to say, and thank you for making it much easier for me to say this. If you think that this should be going to trial, not just once, but twice, you are fucking retarded. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a lawyer. I don't give a fuck if you're a fucking doctor. I don't give a fuck if you're fucking Stephen goddamn fucking Hawking. If you think that this case should be going to trial a second time at this point with everything that we know that's been going on and Judge Beverly Cannoni presiding over it, you are fucking retarded. There is just no fucking way of sugarcoating that. There's no way of dancing around that. We're not even close to the same.
Reasonable inferences. I wonder if the Commonwealth is going to get the same treatment for saying that Trooper Proctor was standing feet away from the defendant's vehicle and never touched the right rear taillight. That's a very bold statement for the Commonwealth to make, and it's also completely untrue. It's not supported by a single fact. It's not supported by a fact or evidence before the court. The problem with this unsupported motion because it's unsupported and the declaration is signed by 3 different individuals, you can just sort of say whatever you want in the motion. And I guess get away with it. The video speaks for itself, Your Honor. It shows Michael Proctor walk behind the car directly to the position of the passenger taillight. He positions himself right on the other side of the camera view, not feet away. And it certainly does not show, and there's no evidence before the court that he, quote, never touched it. As a matter of fact, we would submit.
Does
Yeah,
show that he does touch it?
no, I'm serious. Like I'm done with the fucking Plevins and crusty panties of the world, dude. Like I'm done with it. Like seriously. I don't give a fuck about anything they say. Like I officially already don't give a fuck about anything that the idiots like this say. Morons like the Jeff Williams of the world. I don't know. I won't even argue with them anymore. I'm done with it. Like it is so there's not even a justification in me that I can think of to argue with anybody who thinks that Karen Reed is guilty of this crime at this point. Not about the case, anyway. Not about the case. Like I'll roast them. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to engage in a discussion about this case because there is no discussion. Karen Reed is innocent of this crime. The Commonwealth does not have any evidence to prove that she did this, and the defense has proven that everyone involved in prosecuting Karen Reed, including the judge, is fucking dirty. Because she should have never, ever allowed Fanning anywhere near. His name should have never been even in the same orbit as Jackson says. In the same orbit as the jury. It should have never happened. Judge Beverly Cannoni should have never let that happen. And she was aware of it. And she was defensive as fuck when Jackson was just trying to explain that. I love this argument. Oh, you're my favorite today, Jeff Williams. If you think that Chloe was actually rehomed and not fucking murdered, then you're fucking retarded. If you think that's Chloe's dog impressions, you're fucking retarded. There's no way. They'd have to prove that that's Chloe. They're not going to be able to do that. But there's pictures of Colin walking. There's pictures of Colin walking a goddamn German Shepherd that's a fucking dime a dozen. There's German Shepherds. They all look the fucking same. The fuck are you talking about? If you think that's Chloe, you're fucking retarded. Chloe is in the same place that the original flooring of 34 Fairview's basement is. That's where Chloe is. And imagine being that big of a piece of shit, right? Think about this. I'm going to really go in on the fucking Alberts here because imagine being such a piece of shit. I need you guys to really, really pay attention to what I'm saying here because I think it's incredibly telling. Chloe, although flawed, and not through any fault of her own, I think that a dog's behavior reflects the behavior of their owner. I believe that shit. So the irony of all this, because I find I take great interest in irony. I prefer humorous irony, but this is not humorous irony. This is tragic irony. That this animal whose instinct it is to protect this family, to protect this family, gets killed for protecting a family in its own mind. Attacked someone that Chloe thought was a threat to her owners. What kind of a piece of shit? And that is the irony of it. Chloe died protecting her owners. And how ironic is it that they murdered Chloe for it? The respect was not reciprocated from the Alberts to Chloe for the loyalty that Chloe has for that family. That's the tragic irony of this, is that there was no instinct to protect Chloe at all. It was, if they match DNA from Chloe to John O'Keefe's arm, we're going to jail. So she's got to go. That's disgusting. That tells me everything that I need to know about these types of people.
Touch it?
Well, of course it doesn't show he touches it, Your Honor. It's he's on the other side of the car. That's not the point. The point is a reasonable inference is he could have touched it. He was standing right there. Nobody forced him. Nobody was holding a gun to his head. He walked around the other side of the car and obviously was standing there for a reason. By himself, in a corner, out of the view of a camera. And then when the Commonwealth plays the video, it switched. And the intimation to the triers of fact was he never approached the right rear taillight, that passenger taillight. And all of that
And
was
you cleared that up.
Right. But that is the galling part of this.
Yeah,
entire thing.
no
Court asked me a couple
loyalty,
times, and I'm
no loyalty to Chloe, who is probably the most loyal living thing to that family, but no loyalty reciprocated.
I'm going to get to a little bit more in detail what the prejudice is. If that's not prejudice, I don't know what is. It's literally propounding false information to a trier of fact. That is not a small thing. Even after the trial was over, it was concluded, and the mistrial was declared, we're still getting videos that we can't get a straight answer about their source. Where did these videos come from in October? That surveillance feed is on a 30-day deletion loop. That's what we've been told. I said a few minutes ago this morning, I said the Commonwealth may not have known that it was on a 30-day loop. What I meant was actually the prosecutor sitting in this courtroom. The three, my brothers and sister, may not have known about that 30-day override. I don't know. I don't know what they knew or didn't know. Certainly not going to cast aspersions and put that on them. But someone.
Don't forget to hit the like, guys. It really helps me out. And if you're watching on Twitter, do me a solid and repost this. Share it out.
From the Commonwealth, darn sure knew that was on a 30-day loop or a 30-day override. So who's had those for all this time? How were they stored? Why wasn't that information revealed to our expert when we went all the way to Canton to try to download that DVR? Where's the original? Where are the copies? These are questions for which we need some facts. And the fact that those have been withheld from us is exactly the kind of bad act and bad faith that demands that the court presume prejudice in the case. A few minutes ago, the court asked me before lunch, what is the prejudice? There's plenty of actual prejudice, but I'll get to that in just a second when I speak a little bit about the law at the end of my comments. We don't need to prove actual prejudice because the law presumes prejudice against Ms. Reed because of the bad conduct on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Exactly.
And yet again, when it comes to this,
why does the judge not understand this very simple concept? The judge is supposed to ensure that this is the case, not put it on the defense to prove it. It is on her. It is on Beverly Cannoni to already have this presumption. It is Karen Reed's right.
Same issue. The Commonwealth recites this now worn out sentence. The prosecutor was unaware of the existence of these videos, end quote. How many times are they going to try to excuse away a blatant discovery and or Brady violation with the sentence that the prosecutor was unaware? It just doesn't matter. And that brings us to the October 10 videos that we got in 2024. The Commonwealth claims that they received these videos on or about August 21st, 2024. They sort of vaguely claim that these videos were provided along with a letter, quote unquote, letter from Canton Police Chief, end quote. There's no report, there's no email, there's no communications, there's no text message, nothing other than this, quote, letter. And it actually wasn't a letter. It was more of an informal note written on a personal pad, a Canton PD pad by the chief. There's no chain of custody log authenticating the videos, no authentication documents whatsoever, no foundational documents, no indication of where the videos came from or how she came to possess them at the time. But she did write on that little pad, quote, that is how it records, LOL, no tampering, end quote. LOL, laugh out loud. So the chief of police is laughing in the face of serious Brady violations, in the face of serious evidentiary violations
And
and
what was the
discovery
date?
violations.
10/10/24 you received that? Was that the date?
10/10/24. That's correct. By the way, the Commonwealth claimed in its opposition papers that, quote, the prosecutor requested that both Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department produce all relevant and material surveillance video, end quote. And that was sometime unidentified between April 17th, 2024 and April 24th, 2024. I laud them for that. Good. I'm glad they demanded finally, in the middle of trial, quote, all relevant and material surveillance video. So why didn't we get this from Canton PD until October 2024, well after trial? What was the delay? And why did we get another video in January of 2025? What was the delay? How could this be seen as anything other than intentional? We know now that Sergeant Buchanan, we know that Proctor, we know that Chief Rafferty, and now through another report, we know that this officer, DG and Petro, all had access to and knew about the videos. And then we have on top of that, in the middle of trial, I think it was Mr. Lally, maybe Mr. McLaughlin, someone said, it's unclear from the opposition, that all relevant material surveillance video be turned over immediately, and it still wasn't done. That is an intentional withholding of evidence. And then we get these new reports. What's probably most troubling is what's in the reports that we got on Friday, this past Friday. Additional reports from the Commonwealth, a report from Sergeant DG Petro. He reveals the following. He writes this report on the 27th, which was last Thursday, and then we got the report on the 28th. He says that in February of 2022, and I'm paraphrasing, in February of 2022, Proctor requested Sallyport video of SUV inside Sallyport. Apparently that was provided. I mean, we have to presume from his report when he says Proctor requested in February of 2022 Sallyport video of SUV exterior footage that he downloaded it from somewhere and gave it to him.
See, there's something very interesting about this.
Before the override.
Like, I want to really reiterate Alan Jackson's point here. When there was already a fucking trial and a motion at the defendant's arraignment was filed by the defense, by the defendant, when a motion was filed to preserve all of the evidence from the word go, a motion was filed in order to ensure that this shit didn't happen. Yet it did. And they start getting this evidence after the fact, during the trial and after the fact. New footage. And it's in increments. This has to be intentional. It cannot be accidental. It cannot be negligent. It is absolutely intentional, because even if there's the first time that they didn't do it and share everything, they already knew that they had to do it. So it was already it was court ordered that they had to preserve and turn over all evidence to the defense. And so, okay, my mistake. Here's some of it. Okay, but not my mistake again, because that first time that you are called out and you share more evidence after you already shared what you said was all of the evidence, well, then guess what? You have to know. It's your job. You can't play dumb with that, because it didn't happen once, not twice, but at least 3 times where they received evidence after the fact. That cannot be accidental. That is not negligent, not with everything else orbiting this entire case and this investigation. All of it together cannot be seen as anything other than corruption and a frame job. It cannot be seen as anything other than intentional. It is in your face, too obviously intentional. And it shouldn't even be a question at this point for the judge to have to decide. The fact that they failed to meet their duties, the fact that they failed to meet their obligation to not violate Karen Reed's civil rights should be enough reason to throw this case out, whether it was intentional or not. And the fact that Alan Jackson has to stand there and argue whether it was intentional or not tells you everything you need to know about this fucking judge. Amanda, thank you so much. Bev is openly mocking the idea of justice. Absolutely. She is spitting in the face of Lady Justice. That is undeniable.
Right. I presume, because I think the math in my head is 28 days in February. If it's in February at all, it's within the 30 days from January 29th. So it has to have been. Then he writes that in June of 2023, Proctor requested Sallyport video again of the SUV exterior footage. Quote, this is from his report. I believe this may also have been the approximate time that I downloaded video recordings that covered the entire time frame that the suspect's vehicle was held at the Canton police station, end quote. He goes on to say, quote, due to the large size of the files at that time, I had to break it down into 6-hour blocks for ease of exporting. This is the first we're hearing of any of this last Thursday. How is that?
Fucking Thursday, bro.
A clean copy of the DJ and Petro report. I would like to have this marked.
A week.
To our motion to dismiss if it's okay.
A week
Did
ago
I get
yesterday.
that attached to your motion to change the scheduling?
Yes. You probably did.
So I've seen it.
Okay. May I approach it? Very good.
Hold on, what, Ms. Little?
We'd still like to make it part of the record if that's all right, Your Honor.
Sure, I just wanted to know whether I needed a copy because I have a copy. I've seen it.
May I approach it?
Yes.
Okay.
So are we marking it? So we need it if we're marking it.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake.
Exhibit 1 so mark.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. The question is, how in June of 2023, I'm going to go a little bit slow here just because it's linear. The argument is linear. In June of 2023, according to DG and Petro, he downloaded every single bit of video of that car while in the Sallyport or while at Canton PD in Sallyport. How is that possible? How could that be? As of February 28th or
Sorry, I know I was muted. When this issue was first brought up this time around, not the first trial, this time around, I said it's impossible for it to be extracted in pieces. It had to have been extracted as a whole at one point in order to be able to fuck with it, in order to be able to, oh, look, it's Brit Happens, but she's watching on Twitter. Or, yeah. Yeah, the tail light. Yeah, I hear you, Brit Happens. Karen Reed has a right to demand that the prosecution prove that that evidence is not tampered with. That evidence is not that evidence is reliable. And they've done everything they can to prove that it's not. That's what the prosecution has done. Why does Alan Jackson have to sit there and argue that? The fact is, in order for that shit to be in those fucking 6 blocks, it had to have been extracted as a whole at one point. And it had to have been done within the 30 days of January 29th, 2022.
maybe March 1st. Those videos are gone. So how could he have access to the whole thing? It's because someone at the Commonwealth downloaded the whole thing. They saved it. Or the only other explanation is that DVR was not at the time on a 30-day override. The only two explanations.
Exactly. Exactly.
In 2024, as the court knows, we got additional video, and that's the inverted video. In the spring of 2024, while trial was being held, DJ Petro, quote, it says, quote, I downloaded some video recordings that you and I believed may be needed to refute claims being made by the defense. The you and I is him to Chief Rafferty. That's who this report is to. And it includes footage of Higgins. So now we find out for the first time that Chief Rafferty and this sergeant had been talking and strategizing about how to defeat some defense arguments, presumably, by use of videos that had never been turned over. And the Commonwealth uses a phrase in its moving papers, I believe in this motion, about ambush. That is the definition of an ambush. So DG Petro admits that he, Rafferty, and the Canton Police Department had Sallyport video that was material to the case. Remember, his quote was that you and I believed may be needed to refute claims made by the defense. They were strategizing about how to defeat certain of our arguments, and they didn't turn it over. Specifically, he downloaded video and presumably gave it to Chief Rafferty. But then the interesting thing is Chief Rafferty held on to it. Never turned it over. Probably because they didn't help the prosecution. They showed Higgins engaged in conduct that is, at the very least, highly suspicious and clearly exculpatory because it impeaches his other testimony. It shows him on the phone. And he testified that he didn't make calls in the middle of the night.
Harley Chick, thank you so much. Did you see the dirt Melanie dug up on Fanning and Crawford from 2015? Wow, bombshell. Somebody sent me that too. But yeah, and I think Glamasues was talking about it in the chat. But yeah, thank you so much, Harley Chick. Yeah, Fanning's a piece of shit, dude. He's dirty as fuck. And I mean, take a good look here, folks. See this guy right here? He literally assaulted the defendant. And she had a protective order on him, but somehow he's allowed in the courtroom to sit with the O'Keefe family. Somehow. Even though he assaulted the defendant in a courthouse. But he's sitting right there.
There's no question that with this example, that is an intentional withholding of evidence. That is the legal definition of bad faith, and it's unconscionable to do that. Now put in context what we eventually did receive during the trial and then after. We received the inverted video that was falsely presented as the right passenger side of the vehicle, or the passenger rear side of the vehicle. Number two, we received several videos of Brian Higgins at Canton Police Department, clearly using his phone at approximately 1:35 or so a.m. And we received exterior footage that would ordinarily show the condition of the passenger taillight, which all happens to be corrupted, like every other video of the rear passenger side of that SUV. This is stunning. It's not like the Canton Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police were sort of blissfully incompetent or blissfully ignorant and unaware of the existence of these exculpatory videos. It's quite the opposite. Multiple officers, Proctor, Rafferty, Buchnick, O'Rourke, DG, and Petro, these individuals, we believe, O'Rourke may not have known, but we know that the others did, and have now basically admitted it or been caught trying to hide it. They were all variously actively engaged with these videos. They were searched for, they were discussed, they downloaded them, they saved them, they copied them, they labeled them, they transported them, they reviewed them, and they strategized about them. These videos were top of mind for all of these folks. We know there were hours and hours and hours of footage that was so large it had to be broken down into 6-hour blocks. All of that was pulled. And none of this footage was disclosed to the defense before April of 2024. And most of the files that have been turned over so far have been turned over after the trial was over. We had no idea this footage existed, and to this day, it continues to be.
That right there should be grounds to dismiss this case. That alone should be enough to dismiss this case.
The bulk of it continues to be withheld from the defense. And then we move to Sergeant Buchnick's actual report. As I indicated, he wrote a report last Friday as well, dated the 28th. Quote, in furtherance of the John O'Keefe Canton homicide investigation, sometime in early spring of 2022, I was made aware that a request had been made by Trooper Proctor and then fulfilled by Canton PD for surveillance video as it related to the arrival and storage of the Lexus SUV belonging to Karen Reed. This was the spring of 2022, he knew. At Trooper Proctor's request, I proceeded to Canton Police and picked up the digital media storage containing said video and transported it to the Canton, Norfolk District Attorney's Office and turned it over to Trooper Proctor. I did not review this video at this time.
What date did he do that? The same date?
He says at this time, but it's sometime.
Dude, the last time I was here, somebody, Carl Dougal was walking into the courthouse, and and I was standing outside with a bunch of people a bunch of the supporters who are always out there, and like they just booed the fuck out of this guy. And somebody was like, "You hip check anybody today, you piece of shit." Hip check anybody today, you piece of shit. I just fucking busted out laughing. This guy's a fucking asshole, dude. Fuck Carl Dougal.
Time early spring of 2022. That's the best he can do in his report. Paragraph 2, in July of 2023, so this is a little more defined, I was once again made aware by Trooper Proctor that a request had been made to Canton PD for additional video and that it was ready to be picked up. Since the Canton Police Department is conveniently located on my route of travel to work, I stopped by and picked up the CD from the front desk of the police department, which was labeled Trooper Buchanan with a yellow post-it note.
What's up, Brian Hale? Brian Hale's photography is awesome. Yeah, he says, if you're talking about Carl, yeah, he's the reason I started going in the beginning. Wow, that's interesting. Fascinating.
I further added Canton PD 12922, and then the case number, which is, or their case number 2022-112-33, to note to more accurately identify the item and transported it to our office, subsequently turning it over to Trooper Proctor. So there's a second CD, now in July of 2023. I did not review that video at that time. See the attached copy of the post-it note. Final paragraph, in my preparation for trial in May of 2024, I was provided with a thumb drive and the CD labeled with a post-it note on my desk. What's interesting is that the CD with the post-it note on his desk may or may not have been the same CD that he transported in July of 23 because they seem to be labeled a little different.
So I haven't seen this report. Does he say from whom he received that?
I'll finish reading it, but I don't believe he does. No, it's pretty vague. It's passive voice and it's pretty vague. I was provided a thumb drive and a CD labeled with a post-it on my desk to review prior to testimony, so it does not say. At this time, I reviewed video made available to me, which included video footage of the Canton PD exterior Sallyport. This video was labeled with a post-it note on a CD, and it contained a video of the interior of the Sallyport, which was grainy and had a camera vantage point from the front of the Sallyport. I also reviewed the Canton PD driveway footage. In review, I also viewed video of the back wall Sallyport camera vantage point. I had not seen this video prior to my May date review.
I saw the footage of that. I remember.
In an inverted manner. After I reviewed all the provided video, the thumb drive and the CD were returned. It doesn't say to whom they were returned. Your Honor, if I could mark this report as well.
Sure. Do you have an extra copy for me?
I do. It does have one highlight on it. May I show it to Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
The two so marked?
So you do have an extra copy, Ms. Little?
I do not have an extra copy, Your Honor.
I thought Mr. Jackson just said he had an extra.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Mr. Jackson, do you have an extra copy?
I think I might.
I've got it right here.
You got an extra copy? Is that one clean?
Witty legend. I don't know where you're getting that from. I gotta say, I'm wondering, like, is your handle like one of those ironic ones? Like you're not witty, but you call yourself witty? Is that? What are you talking about? I'm just fucking with you, but yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's weird.
No.
May I return?
This one has highlights on it. I apologize.
It's okay. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The court has probably
Okay.
the most important question about this report, which is
Nope. We're calling Nan. We're calling John O'Keefe's mom Peggy, to the best of my recollection.
the video or the thumb drives or the CDs to Sergeant Buchanan. Who's at the center of all these Sallyport videos? Who does he say was requesting the Sallyport videos that he was acting as the courier for in other particulars? Every one of those answers is Michael Proctor. So who do we believe most reasonably would have supplied the information to Sergeant Buchanan to review? It stands to reason, could have been Trooper Proctor. It seems to be reasonable, but I don't know because Trooper Buchanan doesn't say, but that would be another question that would be open to answer if we had an evidentiary hearing.
Yeah, no, Nan is not a law tuber. Nan is, at least not yet, but Nan is a Karen Reed supporter who has a law practice and is passionate about this case, and so discusses it with YouTube creators.
Michael Proctor was receiving the footage directly from DG and Petro, dating all the way back to February of 2022. He was the one receiving the footage directly from Buchanan. dating all the way back to the spring of 2022. Michael Proctor was receiving footage from both sources multiple times through the years. Proctor was the one who clearly had possession, custody, and control over the exculpatory footage. It was his, every bit of it. And now let's recall what he said at trial when asked about all this footage, because he was confronted about footage. And keep in mind, Your Honor, when I'm asking these questions, I know none of this. None of it. Michael Proctor lied during his testimony, but he knew that we couldn't impeach him. There was no way I could impeach him. I didn't have any of these videos to impeach him with because we didn't have any of the evidence that had been secured concerning that Sallyport.
That's
There's
interesting.
surveillance video from Canton Police Department.
That's interesting, isn't it? That's interesting, isn't it? That they couldn't impeach Michael Proctor for lying on the stand because they didn't have the proof, because it wasn't turned over in discovery. That's convenient, isn't it? That they couldn't impeach a liar and who was proven in that trial to be a piece of shit, because the proof that was required to impeach him was not turned over to the defense in discovery.
Department Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right? Answer: that video was discovered later on and then handed over. That video was discovered later on.
So where in the transcript is that?
I remember him saying that
Your
shit.
Honor,
My guess is Ms. Little can get it pretty quickly.
I'm guessing she
I'll see you
can.
in just a moment, Your Honor.
Olivia's even tweeted
June
about
10th?
it. So
It was either June 10th or June 12th, but let me double check.
While she's looking for that, Your Honor, may I
Please go
proceed?
ahead. Yeah.
Okay. The only thing is, it's important to remember from a date standpoint, we'll get the date that he actually testified to this, but from a date standpoint, the only thing that had been handed over at the time that he testified to that was a single video with 42 minutes missing and a flatbed and the flatbed driveway footage outside the Sallyport that doesn't show much of anything. It's now been proven, that testimony, that video was discovered later on and then handed over, suggesting there was either only one video or all of it was discovered later and turned over. Both of the clauses in that sentence are a lie. The video wasn't discovered later. It was discovered.
yeah, it's that's interesting, isn't it? Breed happens. That's interesting, isn't it? That there was no opposition motion filed, and yet Bev still denied Mark Bederow from joining Karen Reed's team. Judge Beverly Cannoni is fucking corrupt. Period. Period, point blank. Period, full stop.
Discovered in February, at the latest, February of 2022, just days after this incident. He asked for it and he received it, according to Sergeant DJ Petro. And it wasn't turned over either. None of it. But at trial, we didn't have the truth. I couldn't impeach him with this. He made sure that all the footage was delivered directly to him, starting days after this incident. And he controlled it, he hid it, and then he lied about it. That is the definition of bad faith. That is the definition of withholding exculpatory evidence. That is the definition of suppressing Brady evidence. There is no other way to define this. He fooled us, and it's egregious.
Right.
It's possible with all this sort of years-long flurry that we've just talked about surrounding these Sallyport videos that the actual trial prosecutors were completely unaware of their existence until Proctor testified before the federal grand jury. Is that possible? I suppose it is. I will give the prosecutors the benefit of the doubt. I do. Is it reasonable? That's another question. To believe that they just knew nothing about this. We know Proctor lied to us. Could he have lied to them? I suppose. But as the law mandates, Your Honor, it just doesn't matter. In the eyes of the law, Proctor is the prosecution, and the prosecution is Michael Proctor. And then we move to January 28th, 2025, this year. We're still getting additional videos at that time. This new camera angle, which is blurry and grainy and wobbly, it does, however, show the passenger side rear taillight as it's towed into or driven into the Sallyport.
And this is why it's really important to share this stuff out, folks. This is why it's really important to talk about this around the water cooler at work, so to speak. Because if she boots AJ, Karen's going to have to just get a lawyer who's just as good. That's what she's going to have to do. But she's also going to have to get an attorney that is passionate about this case. Thank you, Lothario. Give me 1 second here. So that's fascinating. Sorry, let me check something here, folks. All right. So Bederow just tweeted, I am alive and well. I've practiced in New York as prosecutor in private practice with distinction for more than 26 years with integrity. The respect of my peers and adversaries, and the respect of my peers and adversaries, and with an unblemished reputation. That will continue. There is much to be said, but that will be in several months. So yes, you got to chill out. And I'm going to repost that, of course. I'm going to read it one more time without fucking it up. I'm going to try to anyway. I am alive and well. I've practiced in New York as prosecutor and in private practice with distinction for more than 26 years with integrity, the respect of my peers and adversaries, and with an unblemished reputation. That will continue. There is much to be said, but that will be in several months. All right.
Garage. The footage is so grainy and so blurry, however, it's so corrupted that once again, the true condition of that taillight is completely obscured. At a certain point, it begins to defy logic. And the reason I wanted to talk about each one of these videos in turn is because it absolutely defies logic that all of this footage magically cuts out, blurs out, becomes grainy, becomes obscured at the precise time
Kelly
the
Reed
SUV is pulled into the Sallyport.
Yeah, I think it's time. I think it's time. I gotta give there we go. Got to give Kelly Reed a wrench. Thank you for being here, Kelly, and it was great seeing you again, as always.
The question then becomes, what's been happening to these videos that have been in Michael Proctor's possession since that time, for the last 2.5, 3 years?
Yeah, so what I was saying, I want to make sure that this point is made, that it's so important to talk about this case as much as you possibly can. It's very important. Because Karen Reed is going to need a new lawyer if AJ's booted. Somebody who can at least match his skills. And that shouldn't be too hard to find, but this person also has to be passionate about this case the way that that Alan Jackson is. So it's really important that we support her. It's really, really important, and it's really important to talk about this case with as many people as you can. Anybody who'll listen.
Again, I've lost count how many times the Commonwealth makes the claim, quote, prosecutors have never seen this video, end quote. The entirety of the Commonwealth's defense on this issue is the indefensible, which is, it just wasn't me. Okay, fine, it may not have been you, but it was the Commonwealth, in quotation marks, capital. The Commonwealth then claims that, quote, after directing a review of all physical evidence and data files, this video was located within a paper case file of the investigators, end quote. I believe that Mr. Britton, when he came on the case, he's the one who directed a review of all physical evidence and data files. I would have to guess. Again, I would applaud that. Should have happened years ago.
Here's the thing is, there's no reason why he would go anywhere other than the fact that I just don't, I at this point, Judge Beverly Cannoni is going to, who knows what she's going to do. She doesn't seem to care about how corrupt she looks. And she hates Alan Jackson. So I just wouldn't be shocked. I mean, I watched her throw a temper tantrum at the beginning of this hearing. She was in front of my face doing it. You should have seen her because they didn't show her much. But I was at her 12 o'clock, as I always am when I'm in that courtroom, and I watched her do this while Alan Jackson was talking and shake her head like, no, no. And then she was a hair away. She did this. She crossed her arms. When someone does that, okay, if we were watching an interrogation, if we were covering another true crime case and we were watching the interrogation of a suspected murderer who turns out to be guilty, what does every body language expert say? I mean, you don't have to be a body language expert to know that when you cross your arms like this and you're already like, no, you're defensive. You're defensive. I've never seen a judge in a case ever in my life. I've never seen a judge in a case behave like a child. She almost went, la, 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 I can't hear you, Jackson. She almost did that. It was the most unprofessional shit I've ever seen. Like, you should have seen her shifting around in her chair and reacting visibly to what Alan Jackson was saying. The camera wasn't on her, it was on Jackson. And I watched it.
However, is that the prosecution now admits, quote, after inquiry, it was learned that an investigator obtained this video from Canton Police Department in 2022, and it was placed in a physical case file, end quote. That's a direct quote from their opposition. They don't name who the investigator is. They don't indicate whose case file it was. They don't tell us where that case file had been, who had control over that case file, just a paper case file somewhere, mysteriously. Whether it was CPD or MSP, we don't know. Which investigator, we still don't know. What can we learn from this admission by the Commonwealth? That investigators did, in fact, download the Canton PD videos in 2022 before they were overwritten. That's the only way these videos could exist. We've talked about that. And what we don't know is where the rest of them went and why we don't have them and why we didn't have them for the first trial.
Yeah, like, send that shit to me in a file and I'll store it in my shit. Fuck yeah.
Basically concedes that it is in direct violation of its discovery obligations not to have turned over these videos that were in their possession. But it makes the claim that it doesn't matter because, quote, the poor quality of the video makes it difficult for either party to benefit from the video, end quote. In its opposition, it sounds like more of a desperate argument than anything else that these cumulative, that these egregious errors don't justify the court taking any action because they claim, quote, there's no evidence of bad faith. I would take issue with that. But the court goes on, there's no evidence of bad faith on behalf of the Commonwealth, nor any of its agents.
All right, now he's getting fucking spicy. Because what he's doing is quoting Bev right now. He's quoting her, and then he would go, I would take issue with that. Like, basically, Bev, you stating that is just plain untrue. And that is really suspect. Donna Roach, thank you so much. Free Karen Reed. I absolutely agree.
Particularly where the Commonwealth is equally aggrieved by the poor video quality and inability to obtain a forensically extracted copy of the surveillance video. Equally aggrieved. First, in that sentence, the Commonwealth admits that the defense is aggrieved. They say they're equally aggrieved, however. Aggrieved means wronged or unfairly treated or suffered harm or injustice. Merriam-Webster defines aggrieved as suffering from an infringement or a denial of legal rights. You bet we're aggrieved. But the Commonwealth can't claim that they're aggrieved when they're the ones doing the aggrieving. It doesn't work that way. The Commonwealth concedes that there's irreparable harm. They acknowledge that the forensic videos were destroyed, or at least they claim now that they're destroyed. We can never obtain the information necessary to establish the validity of any of these videos or whether and by whom they may have been manipulated, if at all. The Commonwealth can't shift the blame because the videos have literally been—
Oh yeah, sorry, real quick. So my idea is, because I'm really shitty about memberships. And the Discord is still up, but I think getting new people in it is on hold for the moment. I won't get into why, but yes, Kelly Reed, absolutely. So I want to be better about the members and giving perks to the members. So what I've decided to do is still do petty streams, but the petty streams are going to be members only. So it'll be a perk for the members and I'll do petty streams. And then somehow or a fucking other, I'm going to figure out how to make emojis. I don't know how to do it. Like I've been monetized for a couple years now and I don't fucking know how to do it. Thank you, Donna Rash. Thank you so much. So yeah, that's what's going to happen. It'll be members only. Petty streams will be members only from now on, but I'm going to do them more.
clearly been in their possession the entire time. It was their actions and the actions of their agents that caused this irremediable harm. Your Honor, this is, as I said, this is the definition of bad faith. And this goes back to the court's original question this morning, which is, can you describe the prejudice that Ms. Reed has suffered? And I think we've done a pretty good job of describing that throughout this argument. But the definition of bad faith means we don't have to prove actual prejudice. Prejudice is presumed under the law. If we're to believe the declarations that were submitted by ADA Lally and ADA McLaughlin and ADA Brennan, then at the very least, there is no other conclusion but that Michael Proctor and other investigators intentionally secured these videos. They withheld the evidence from us, and they withheld the evidence from the prosecution team. Let's take them at their word. Even after being explicitly instructed to turn over that evidence, that is bad faith. And how many times do they have to say, we didn't know about this? It just doesn't matter. Like I said, let's take them at their word. It doesn't absolve the Commonwealth of its obligations, and it doesn't reduce the prejudice that the defense has suffered. This was a pattern engaged in by the Massachusetts State Police, by the Canton Police Department, over and over and over again. And now we know through this new revelation that it was intentional. The prejudice the defense has suffered is legally presumed, and it's also factually proven. And thus the only remedy is dismissal. When is dismissal warranted? And this is, I'd like to talk for just a couple of seconds about the legal standards. Where there's misconduct that's so egregious, deliberate, and intentional, prejudice is to be presumed. That means that the defense is not required to show Ms. Reed suffered any actual prejudice, because dismissal is necessary to prevent the repetition of this type of misconduct. And that comes to us directly from Bridgman versus District Attorney for Suffolk District at 476 Mass 298. It's a 2017 case. Even if the court does not, and this is secondary to that, even if the court does not presume the prejudice and finds that these myriad violations were somehow inadvertent or a mistake, the result of some accident or negligence, this case still has to be dismissed under the second scenario and the second prong, because Ms. Reed has suffered actual prejudice by the Commonwealth's violations. We could not cross-examine these witnesses the way they should have been cross-examined at the first trial. The repeated and flagrant discovery violations were not an accident. I think we've established that at this point. They weren't a mistake. There were too many people looking at them, strategizing about them, to then say, I didn't realize their import. They were designed specifically, the fact that we weren't provided the evidence was designed specifically to obtain a strategic advantage over the defense and to get a conviction at all costs rather than to pursue the truth. There are obviously additional Brady violations and prejudices that Ms. Reed has suffered. I've detailed those in our moving papers. And I want to incorporate all of those arguments by reference here as well. But relating to the surveillance footage itself, there's no question that the Commonwealth intentionally withheld it, and they've been withholding it since January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth can't really seriously claim, Your Honor, that 4 or 5 or however many different law enforcement officers were aware of and withheld the surveillance video or the surveillance footage, and who were supposedly specifically instructed by Adam Lally or his team back in April of 2024 to turn everything over, and it was just inadvertently withheld. This was intentional. And the Commonwealth then compounded those violations by Michael Proctor lying on the stand about his knowledge of the video footage and his turning it over to the defense. It was literally a fraud on the jury. And now, well after trial, the Commonwealth has been forced to admit that even more exculpatory evidence or surveillance evidence from January 2022 is in their possession, and it was also entirely withheld from the defense throughout this litigation and throughout the first trial. In addition to the presumptive prejudice, Your Honor, there has been actual prejudice. This was, some would say, a close case when it ended. The court recalls that. The jury was hung on some charge or charges, and the evidence suggests that they voted in her favor on others. The court needs to ask itself, what would the jury have done had they had all the evidence to which they were entitled, to which we were entitled? But they didn't. Every one of these videos was in some way compromised, even the videos that we did have. And the compromise always conveniently obscured the truth and obscured Ms. Reed's rights. This is an exculpatory fact that we should have been able to explore during the past 3 years, and certainly we should have been able to explore it at trial, but we did not have the videos. The Commonwealth did, though. And it's the cumulative effect of all these gross and repeated violations that undermines the Commonwealth's argument that this is just about a broken camera. It couldn't be further from the truth. We're to believe that all these cameras just spontaneously became defective at the exact same time. Like I said before, it defies logic.
It absolutely defies logic.
3 years and hold it back from us the entire time. It makes one question what was going on with that evidence.
Like, this argument argues itself, and yet you have the all-star Alan Jackson arguing it just to put a stamp on it. But this argument argues itself. And Judge Beverly Cannoni knows it. She's in front of the world, ignoring the fact that there is evidence of Karen Reed being railroaded. Like, she's not stupid. Not that stupid. I mean, you don't get to be a judge and not see blatant exculpatory evidence that makes it almost impossible for the prosecution to prove to a jury. This is grounds to dismiss the case. If there's every reason to believe that there's no way that you're ever going to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed is guilty to a jury, for a jury to unanimously find her guilty, then you got to dismiss the case. The fact that she's not doing it is extremely telling. The fact that she didn't do it the first time was already extremely telling. The fact that this fucking shit show is going on continuously still says a whole lot more about Beverly Cannoni, doesn't it? To me, it does. I didn't go to law school, but I'm not a fucking retard. I'm telling you right now, I have eyes, I have ears, I can see, I know exactly what the fuck I'm seeing. And the only people that I've ever seen that acts like this is business as usual are fucking retarded. Like, am I wrong? Julie Carpenter, fucking retarded. Krusty Panties, fucking retarded. Plevin, fucking retarded. I could go on and on. Every fucking McAlbert. I could go on and on.
And I have to say, in terms of lesser remedies, Your Honor, what's interesting is that the exclusion, obviously the exclusionary rule exists.
I understand that does not help the defense.
It doesn't help the defense. I appreciate the court finishing my thought on that. It's the opposite. The only remedy that can prevent this kind of repetition, this kind of misconduct, is dismissal. That's the only remedy available.
What's up, homie? Kate had another bad day in court lecturing the judge about the law. She says she's appealing. Fuck, is that available? I'll stay live even a while longer to go over that. Like, we'll turn this into one last petty stream before I make them members only. It'll be the farewell non-members only petty stream if I can get that. All right on. Cool.
And that's what the law, and that's what justice demands. As a final thought, if the court, even in the face of all this overwhelming evidence of gross misconduct, declines to dismiss this case at this time, we would urge the court to grant us an evidentiary hearing so that we can make an actual factual record of the myriad of issues brought up here. This will give the court a much better understanding of the facts supporting dismissal, and it'll perfect the record on these critical constitutional issues. And with that, I'll submit.
Okay, so thank you. I have a question for you. So go back to the podium, please.
Yeah, I just want let's address the elephant in the room briefly here. That my partner in outlaw miming is in the chat right now because we engaged in illegal miming, apparently. Fascinating. But I wasn't charged. Fascinating. Illegal miming, people.
You may need your notes, but Ms. Little, did you find the proctor testimony?
I did, Your Honor. It's June 12th, 2025, the reporter's transcripts at 1-148. And that's from the copy of transcripts with sidebars, just for the court's reference, lines 8 through 12.
Great.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Jackson, just about, so you argued obviously the importance of the Lexus arriving at the Canton Police Department. You argued a distinction between a cracked taillight versus a shattered taillight.
Correct.
In your pleadings, and again, you just saw I want specifics where I can find something. On page 28, you talked at the top line, cracked, not shattered, when it arrived at the conflicted CPD on January 29, 2022. If the taillight was largely intact and only cracked rather than shattered and missing 47 pieces, as Dighton Police Officer Sergeant Bederow testified he observed earlier that day, after the Commonwealth claimed Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe, the evidence would establish Ms. Reed's innocence and be case ending for the Commonwealth. The 47 pieces I'm having trouble finding. I just took a quick review of Sergeant Bederow's testimony yesterday.
That's interesting, Bev, because the 47 pieces, the fucking MSP had trouble finding them too. Till they smashed it out of Karen Reed's fucking SUV. Or fucking maybe possibly, I mean, I don't know, but possibly the coincidental Berkey's son squad vehicle that pulled up in court that didn't have a fucking taillight, even in the well, right around the time that all this was going on, right in the middle of the investigation. But, you know, I don't know. It's kind of a long shot. But is it, though? Berkowitz's son is driving around in this thing? It's expired, like it's not even supposed to be used. No, it's not new. I went over it months and months ago. There was a guy, what's the name of his channel? I feel like a dick now because he's like really nice. Mass Accountability, I think. Mass Accountability, right? Wasn't that it? Mass Accountability. All right, sorry. I gotta like. I don't think I can. There's a new Channel 5 clip, but somebody sent it to me, but I can't play it. I have to like download it somehow. And I don't know if I can. But let's just keep going with this real quick.
I didn't see it in there. Ms. Little, do you know where that 47 pieces is?
Yeah, the 47 pieces is not related to Sergeant Barrow's testimony.
Well, it sounds it from this, so I'm not to read it this way.
What Sergeant Barrows clearly testified to was that he observed a taillight that was cracked and not broken.
Okay, the 47 pieces. I read that to mean it was from Barrow's.
Right. She just blows that off like it's irrelevant, right? Bev just blows it the fuck off like it's irrelevant that a fucking Stoughton cop sat there on the stand under oath and testified that and made sure to specifically testify that the tail light was cracked and not completely broken. Slightly damaged. Like he wasn't asked. So, but this is a little important. Like in a normal fucking world, in a normal United States of America, this is something that would cause grave concern, wouldn't it? Oh, Dighton. Sorry about that. Thank you guys. Sorry, I'm still learning the towns in Massachusetts. Yeah. I mean, he made it a point to say that. But for some reason, this doesn't cause grave concern to Bev, does it? She just blows that vital piece of information. Like, this is a police officer, and he swore under oath that the taillight was cracked when they picked it up from Karen Reed's parents' house. Not broken, cracked.
Testimony.
No.
As Dighton Police Barrows testified. All right, where do I find that 47 pieces?
So 47 pieces, I can get multiple transcript sites, but those were the photographs the Commonwealth presented at trial, that there were that many pieces found at the crime scene.
The number of pieces that were booked in evidence.
Okay, yeah, great. Yeah, if you have trial transcript of that, I don't need 47 points, but if there's something that summarizes it, because I took that to read as I see it reading.
No, Sergeant Barrows specifically testified about his observations of the taillight earlier that day.
Right.
It was uncontroverted that there were 47 pieces of taillight recovered.
That's not clear to me the way this is written, so I'm glad I asked you. Okay. All right, so with that, now.
So there's no fucking way that a cracked taillight is going to have 47 fucking pieces of it fucking sprawled all over 34 Fairview. Like, all of this shit is common sense, but Bev is acting like it's not vital information and totally exculpatory. It's and she's showing this to the world.
Now, Ms. Giannetti, I'm not going to hear from you now about the court officers not being in charge of the jury. I'm going to hear from Mr. Brennan, and then we'll get to you, and hopefully we'll have time. But Mr. Brennan, I have a question for you.
Of course.
As I started
Of
with a
course.
question for
Hopefully
defense. So
they'll have time.
I'd like you to explain to the court, please, what efforts
This
the
fucking
Commonwealth made
weasel.
to comply with the Rule 14 obligation regarding the Sallyport videos, and why the dribs and drabs of the way the discovery came in.
It may be most helpful if I give the court history as I've learned it about the production of video in this case.
Okay.
And it will explain in context the production of video and will help create the foundation so the court can understand, perhaps the defense can best understand.
All right, and just like I did with Mr. Jackson, if I need to, I'm going to interrupt you to
you
clarify something.
suck.
So know that that's what I'm focused on.
I understand clearly. In November of 2024, the defense asked me to see if I could provide a chain of custody regarding the production of video in this case. And so I agreed that I would do that and made best efforts to talk to as many witnesses as I could, review the discovery, and speak to the attorneys. Now, when I started sometime in late September, I had found the letter from Chief Rafferty with the production of video in August. The letter or note was dated in August. So to start from the beginning, the prosecutors in this case did not have knowledge that there was videos from the Sallyport area. There was nothing about it that was particularly relevant to them. The defense theory did not make it clear to them that that was important. There was no motion filed by the defense.
At what point in time?
This is leading up to trial.
Okay.
At that point, there had been no request by the defense for video of the Sallyport area. What I learned,
Bro, listen, dude. I don't know why you're doubling down on this shit. Like, every fucking person went over this February 2nd, 2022, just days after the incident in question that Yannetti filed, instructing all evidence to be preserved. That is general. It does not require specifics, and it's already obligatory on the prosecution to do so. It's already obligatory. A motion didn't need to be filed, yet was anyway, because David Yannetti had a feeling. I am so glad that Karen has someone on her team with those kind of instincts. This is not an action to be overlooked. That David Yannetti had the foresight on February 2nd, the day of her arraignment, the foresight to file a motion saying that the Commonwealth needs to preserve all of the evidence, even though it's already on their burden to do that. They're already burdened to do that as it is. So the fact that this dude is sitting here saying that it's somehow on the defense that they should have filed a motion, even though he did, like, this is crazy.
learned is that Trooper Proctor had requested Sallyport video from the Canton Police Department. And the person who was the custodian of Canton Police Video, who would download it from the DVR, was Sergeant D.G.M. Petro. He made a request shortly after this event on January 29th, 2022.
And why,
D.G.M.
moving up to the second trial, are we hearing this man's name for the first time? Why wasn't this man's name brought up during trial, much less pre-trial, the first trial? Why are we now hearing about this retired sergeant all of a sudden? But, okay. Like, that in and of itself proves that there is Brady violation after Brady violation perpetrated by this prosecution. It just is. And yet, Bev is just like, whatever. It doesn't cause her any grave concern whatsoever.
and Petro downloaded video from the front wall camera, which was later characterized as the blurry camera, and he left it at the front desk. Trooper Buchanan, at the direction of Trooper Proctor, picked up the video and he brought it to Trooper Proctor. Trooper Buchanan did not look at the video at that time. It was given to Trooper Proctor. Trooper Proctor did not provide it to the prosecutors. So Trooper Proctor was aware of the video. The prosecutors were not aware of the video. That video is the same video that Sergeant D.G.M. Petro says that he downloaded the video in 6-hour segments, and that contained the front wall blurry camera inside the Sallyport and camera in front of the police station. That remained with Trooper Proctor for some time. In June, around June of 2023, Trooper Proctor then made a second request from Sergeant D.G.M. Petro
Even though we already had it?
for different cameras. He wanted cameras, camera angle of outside the Sallyport area. So when the tow truck dropped the car off, leading into the Sallyport, which is now characterized as the exterior Sallyport video. Again, Trooper Proctor asked Trooper Buchanan to go to the Canton Police Department and pick up a copy of the downloaded video. Trooper Buchanan went to the police department, picked up the CD at the front desk. That CD had a yellow sticky tab on it with Trooper Buchanan's name, and Trooper Buchanan wrote in the case file on that yellow sticky. He brought the CD to Trooper Proctor. Again, Trooper Proctor in June 2023 had a copy of the exterior Sallyport video, but did not provide it to the prosecutors. Both of those videos remained dormant. When Trooper Proctor was called to the federal grand jury, essentially he testified, was asked about video, and said that he reviewed video. Now, this was not evidence that the Commonwealth intended on introducing or had any specific interest in. There was no particular discovery request by the defense, and there was no order. But upon reading that grand jury testimony, ADA Lally reports that he then inquired about the video. This is
Inquired of whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Okay.
This is shortly before trial. ADA Lally was given a copy of one of two of those productions. He was given the copy of the front wall video, which also contained video of outside the front of the police station. That was quickly turned over after Attorney Lally received it on April 4th, 2022. So what we know at this point is Trooper Proctor has this original production on April 4th, 2022, shortly after January 29, 2022. I'm sorry, it was provided April 4th, 2022.
2022 or later?
No.
It was later, right?
was
Because
later.
the federal grand jury was later.
He provided it on the eve of trial. So it was April 4th, 2024.
All right, shut the fuck up.
So we know this production on April 4th, 2024
Oh, here we
was
go.
in the hands of Trooper Proctor.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you.
Andrea S., thank you so much. Great job at keeping this corruption exposed. Will Bev got more corrupt when I didn't think she could get any worse. She might as well sit next to Brennan and let a real judge come take her down with the entire Commonwealth. Man, yeah, that would be fucking beautiful, wouldn't it? Thank you so much, Andreas. Appreciate it.
In shortly after January 29th, 2022. At this point, the prosecution team is still unaware of the June 23 production, which has Trooper Buchanan's name on it, which shows the exterior Sallyport. As trial began, there still was no specific order or request. The chief of police saw something about the trial, and let me rephrase. Prior to the trial, it's reported that Attorney Yannetti was discontent because the video of the front camera Sallyport was so grainy, intermittent, and not continuous. And that's an accurate description of that video. Chief Rafferty, in response to seeing Attorney Yannetti's concerns, then asked Sergeant D.G.M. Petro to see if there was another camera or to produce any other video from the Sallyport. Sergeant D.G.M. Petro then downloaded video from the DVR, which is the second camera that is inside the Sallyport, known as the inverted camera, or now characterized as the inverted camera. That was produced April 23rd, 2024, given to ADA Lally, then given to the defense. And so at that point, there are three video productions that exist. The first turned over to the defense April 4th, 2024. The second,
Did someone say video
and
production?
the June 23 production of the exterior Sallyport has still not been turned over. It's in the possession of Trooper Proctor and the prosecutor cannot know about it. After the trial, one of the employees from Norfolk County, Colleen Proctor, went to Sallyport and looked at the DVR system. And when she looked at it, she saw that the video still existed on that system. Although there was a 30-day overwrite on that system,
Nobody
had a number of
gives a
backup
fuck,
hard drives.
guy.
Because of the backup hard drives, the video existed longer than 30 days. She wrote an extensive report that was turned over to the defense, and this is after trial. The report notes her investigation about all the different videos, and it summarizes everything that she saw in that July 2024 visit. As I mentioned earlier, in August, Chief Rafferty provided video of the hallways that included some video of Brian Higgins, and she accompanied a letter or a note. I learned that that video was copied during the trial.
I mean, if he were a fucking Disney character, dude, he'd be a fucking rat. Like, tell me I'm wrong. Like only a rat would talk like that in a Disney movie. If he were a fucking Disney character, he would be a fucking rat or a fucking weasel. Tell me I'm wrong. Like, this dude, just listen to him fucking talk.
And it is noted in the sergeant's letter, the chief of police and the sergeant were downloading video, not in response to a motion to compel or produce, but rather because they had concerns about accusations that were being made about the department, and they were saving video, in their opinion or from their perspective, to help defend against future false claims against them. They downloaded a number of videos that were then turned over in that August 2024 production. When I first learned of that August letter and note, I turned it over to the defense immediately. The issue came up regarding the DVR in November, and as we've litigated extensively, so I'll simply summarize it. I invited the defense to come to the Canton Police Department. Given the intermittent or spotty production of video, I thought it best they have an opportunity to do it firsthand, although I didn't know if the video would exist, as I said. And then when they came in December, I think it was December 12th, if my memory serves, and learned that there was no longer video stored because it had been overwritten, I then went to the Canton Police Department so that I could have a closer look at the video cameras to see if there was something missing. I toured the entire station. I learned about the videos. And then as a consequence, I spoke to the chief, other officers, and the sergeant unexpectedly. The sergeant told me that he would click and drag copies of video when he would download them from.
Joe Flipahead is in here spitting. Okay? It can't be understated how big of a piece of shit Spanky here is. What he did to Bederow when he wasn't objecting and then go on to attack Bederow's credibility was cowardly, spineless act. 100%. 100%.
From the DVR. Inevitably, we had the litigation about whether the defense was going to download in person or not. And then as I tried to finalize my investigation into the tapes and realizing there was no actual written chain of custody, I wanted best to memorialize it. I had been reviewing all files, data, hard files, but I had not been on the case long enough to review everything. So I asked that the parties of the Commonwealth look through all files, all databases, so that I could help facilitate my review. At that point, I was provided by Trooper Tully the June 2023 CD with Trooper Lieutenant's name on it. That is the exterior Sallyport video. And within 24 hours, I provided that to the defense. I then asked both the sergeant and Trooper Tully and Trooper Mechanic to write reports since there was no chain of custody.
Right.
I wanted best to
get all of the guys whose credibility's already been fucked to write you a report. Awesome. Pokey SD, thank you. Will, how is Lally acting during this hearing? I mean, he walked in and then I just didn't see anything. I didn't pay any attention to him. I'm telling you, it still stands true that Lally is one of the most unimpressive people that I've ever seen. One of the most unimpressive. He provides one of the most unimpressive presence that I've ever seen. Right. Let's write reports 3 years later. Great point. I had these dirty motherfuckers write me up a report 3 years later instead of asking them why there wasn't already a report. What the fuck are you guys doing? I can't prosecute this case. It's unwinnable.
To give as much information as I could and document the history of the video. That, Your Honor, is a summary of everything that I learned, the investigation, and the production of the videos.
Do you know which investigator's file it was found in?
Trooper Proctor's.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have 3 separate arguments. I will proceed with the videotape argument since we've lodged into it.
Sure.
At this point, it is unethical, in my opinion, that Judge Bev does not completely dismiss Michael Proctor as in any way credible. And anything with Michael Proctor's name attached to it in this case should be thrown out, which means that they don't have a case. Reason number 5,787 why Judge Beverly Cannoni is corrupt.
The defense has made a number of conclusions that there was somehow videotape that was tampered with. There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever, none. It's not even speculation. There's no evidence that any videotape was ever tampered with. They say it, but there's none. I have seen none. They have produced absolutely no evidence that any video was altered or tampered. The defense lodges the idea of bad faith, that there was some type of advantage and that this video was withheld from them on purpose. And again, that is a baseless claim. If the government was going to hide video from the defense, they never would have got it. Maybe they would have got something after I came in and looked. They would have not got this production in April 2024. They would not have gotten the production if the government was looking to hide anything. And so the idea of intentionally withholding or bad faith is just characterization by the defense. The words Brady have meaning. Now, first, Brady needs to be exculpatory, and that's going to be something I think I can.
Thanks, Scott Messerschmidt.
Not fit this case. And secondly, in order to compel the court to conclude there was some type of remedy that should be issued, they want the court to conclude, like they do, that there was some type of tampering or some type of destruction of evidence. There was none. There was none. Now, Trooper Proctor had this video from June 2023 in his file. And I think the best evidence that this was not intentional is if you review Trooper Proctor's trial testimony.
So do you have a volume? Is it at the same place that Ms. Little gave me?
Well, I have the same volume. They gave you a fragment of his testimony, which is about 3 sentences. But if you actually read a number of pages of his testimony that deals with this video, and it begins on page 133, what you will see, and I won't spend a half hour reading it, but what you will see is that Trooper Proctor was aware of the grainy video, which was the video that was provided right after January 29, 2022. He was unaware of the inverted video.
Oi, cunt!
Right before trial or right during trial by the Canton police. And you can also see that he in no way was hiding the June 2023 video, because you can see the confusion between all the parties at trial.
Stop breaking the law, asshole!
Jackson is asking Trooper Proctor about video, and Trooper Proctor is explaining there is a Sallyport video, and also there's an exterior video outside the Sallyport. And it is clear that Attorney Jackson does not have that June 23 exterior Sallyport video because he's very confused in the questioning of Trooper Proctor. And Trooper Proctor continually tries to explain that there is both the Sallyport and there's the exterior video. So clearly, Trooper Proctor was aware of the exterior Sallyport video, but it will be clear from the reading of his cross-examination that there was no intentional withholding. He should have, since it was in his possession, whether it was relevant to the government's case or not, he should have provided it to the prosecutor, and then it would have been properly provided. But it was his oversight. There was nothing intentional or advantageous about it, because he struggled to try to explain to
Everything about this case is intentional and advantageous, dude. Everything about the
He
investigation.
never has an opportunity.
And Judge
to
Bev knows it.
More details about those is the opportunity, but he doesn't ask more details about that misunderstanding because he's wholly unaware that it even exists. It's a confusing moment, but it clarifies that there's nothing
Exactly
whatsoever about this court.
It's a moot
And so
point.
important-
Thank you, Lothario. Thank you, Nan. I agree with you 100%. It is absolutely a moot point. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was intentional or negligent. It is simply the fact that they didn't share discovery until after the fucking trial. That they withheld discovery, period. Whether it was intentional or whether it was fucking on purpose is a moot point. So him sitting here talking about it the way that he is fucking ridiculous. It's a hole in your pocket for taxpayer dollars. It's a hole in your fucking pocket if you are a Massachusetts resident in my chat. That's what this dude is doing right now. Poking holes in your pocket. This is ridiculous. And the fact that Bev isn't putting a stop to it and going, this is ridiculous. The fuck are you talking about? Because Bev's not retarded. Bev's not retarded. She's dirty. It's just that simple.
That although the defense now suggest there's something exculpatory about it or something about it that's important. It is important to note that the defense never filed a motion for the production of the Canton Police Department video. It is not.
They don't have to. You cunt. They don't have to.
Incumbent or assumed. That
It's discovery. It's on you to preserve it. It is evidence. It is police station surveillance footage. You fucking twat.
the Commonwealth is going to obtain every video from every part of a town during an incident. It's not assumed that they will do that. The Commonwealth seeks evidence that they think is exculpatory. They seek evidence that they think is relevant material, and when they receive it, they are supposed to provide it. There are many cases where video from a police department is never provided to the defendant unless they ask. Or many cases where it may be a video of the booking, but not the hallways, not the bathrooms, not the back parking lot. Put in context that the defense theory was a evolving theory throughout this case to this day. The defense theory was that it was some third-party culprit, unidentified, who committed.
You see that shit? You see that
shit?
shit? See those little games? Some third-party culprit. Like, huh, that's just ballyhoo. That's not even third-party culprit. Homie. Like, everything points to that. John O'Keefe's injuries point to this. Simply. His fucking his Apple Health data dictates this. Simple. Like, all of this stuff is at least enough for doubt. And don't forget that this jury was instructed by the foreman basically to blow off these things that the defense is showing because they are just distractors. That's the defense's job, by the way. You're supposed to pay attention to everything. If anything, you're also, you of course, you're supposed to pay attention and take into consideration everything the defense does if you are assuming innocence before guilt, which is your job as a juror. So why in the fuck are you just taking that without speaking up and going, no, dude, Because if I did that and then I got bounced off that jury, I would be loud as fuck about it. Even if I didn't have a channel, I'd probably fucking start one. I would be loud as fuck about it. I'd be like, yo, that's fucking crazy. They bounced me all because I said, aren't we supposed to assume she's innocent? Why are we not going to give any merit to the defense if what they're saying makes sense? Why are we just supposed to blow it off as distractors? That's my only problem with Ronnie. You know what I mean? Other than that, I like Ronnie. But my only problem with Ronnie is the fact that he didn't do this. Because I can't understand anybody who didn't do this. This was not a guy who didn't understand the concept of innocent until proven guilty and that the burden of proof is on the defense. Or, on the prosecution. He absolutely understood this. But he buckled. So that's my only issue with Ronnie. Right. Ronnie was naive. And I think that he was, he didn't want to be that guy. You know, he was too afraid of being that guy is what I think it was. A lot of that.
John O'Keefe. In fact,
I keep fucking with Vinny, bro. Like I showed up at his chat again and I super chatted him $20 and I was like, listen, bro, you don't have to fucking say Karen Reed is innocent, but at least admit that she's being railroaded. Come on, Vinny. I know you want to. Something to that effect is what I wrote in the super chat. But I didn't stick around long enough to know if he responded to it.
Fact, if you see earlier interviews, the defense position publicly was, you know exactly who did it, intimating that there was a specific person. Now, that recently has changed. If you see the recent interview 2 weeks ago on Fox 25, the quick answer was, we have no idea who did it. We don't have to know. And so this fluid position is not noticed.
Oh,
when
did
the
he?
Commonwealth
Cool. I'll
notice they're supposed to chase down every potential idea.
shut up for a second, man. So yeah, I'll if I remember, I'll go look at it and see.
Or creation that the defense has. It's important to look at the motion that has been presented to your honor on behalf of the defense where they claim that they moved to preserve video evidence. And when you look at that motion, the best it says is that they moved to compel physical evidence.
Fuck
That is
yeah,
not-
bro. Thanks, dude. Mark McMullen. I ordered my t-shirt. I hope it shows up before jury duty. Ha ha! Nice.
The Commonwealth on notice of video evidence at the Canton Police Department.
Was this the Stoughton District Court motion?
It is.
Okay.
And I know the Superior Court did not adopt it. However, I think the Commonwealth being on notice is the point. Even if it's in district court, I think it's the Commonwealth's responsibility.
I agree with that.
And so Attorney Yannetti, and I've mentioned this before, was very prolific in his pretrial discovery motions, very meticulous. And when you look at his meticulousness, if there was a need or a desire for video, he certainly would have asked for it. He didn't. In fact, when you
Robert is a good
look
boy.
at the perspective of Attorney
What's up,
Yannetti,
baby boy.
you don't have to look much further than his characterizations of how he sees the difference between the crime scene and the Canton Police Department.
You need to shut the fuck up.
Trooper Nicholas Garino.
Where do you get these fucking idiots, huh? Where do you get them?
Nicholas Garino. He is pretty clear that there is a difference between the Canton Police Department and the crime scene. He cites on page 75, but you'd agree with me, the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct? And Trooper Garino says, I never said crime scene in my report, I wrote scene. And Mr. Attorney Yannetti
Bro,
says, okay, well,
come
Canton
on.
Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it? So the defense is hard pressed now at this moment where they are trying to create prejudice.
Except for a frame-up
Trying to
job.
prepare a motion that they filed with very specific intentions for
That crime took place. The frame job.
physical evidence to now suggest that that includes Canton Police Department because the Canton Police Department is somehow the crime scene. It doesn't convert. In argument, Attorney Jackson
What's up, Dina?
characterizes not only Trooper Proctor's testimony, and I encourage the court to look at that because when you read it in context, I think it clearly screams that Trooper Proctor is hiding nothing whatsoever. But if you look at Trooper Buchanan's testimony, on June 6, 2024, if you start at page 103, Attorney Jackson, to paraphrase, I'm not quoting him verbatim, suggests that there's something about Trooper Buchanan that is lying about his position or about what he saw, or that Trooper Buchanan admittedly saw the inverted video. Not the case. Trooper Buchanan reported that he did not see the inverted video.
I hear you,
until
Kim.
after
Thank
Canton
you.
produced it, because how would he see it before Canton produced it? And that was in his preparation in May. He did not say that he sat down with ADA Lally and watched the inverted video. He was asked, were you shown any of the videos that you see in anticipation of your testimony? Now remember, there's not just Canton Police Department video at that point. There is video from Rain.
Y'all, Dina was on fire, bro. When Justice Serve TV talked to us all, Dina killed it talking to that dude. She laid it out.
In town hall, a number of different places. And he said, not during the first meeting. I did review video during the second time. Question. Okay. And that video that you did see the second time, was that the interior video of the Sallyport that we saw yesterday, correct? He says, Trooper Buchanan, I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw. I had reviewed videos outside of our meetings. That is what he put in his report about reviewing in May, not with ADA Lally. So I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me. That wasn't the characterization that was provided in argument. This is very different. Question, but you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene tape being put up and all that. You've seen that one before. That's the inverted video. The answer, yes. I'm on page 104. And that was with Mr. Lally, correct? Trooper Buchanan, clearly. That is not correct because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally. That sworn testimony is not only in stark contrast with the characterization that was offered by the defense, but it directly contradicts the conclusion they asked you to reach that Trooper Buchanan watched this video with ADA Lally in preparation for trial. Therefore, it is a lie that the Canton Police Department provided the inverted video sometime earlier. That's sworn testimony. Now, again, trying to assert some type of relevance, the defense suggests there is something in the federal materials that would show relevance because Mr. Higgins said in the federal materials that he does not believe.
Nan wrote 35 pages worth of notes at this hearing. That's how she spent her time. 35 pages of notes.
He made any phone calls. If you were to look at that testimony in the federal materials, you would see there was an enormous amount of conversation about the period in which he was sleeping.
I have never sat in a courtroom and listened to this guy or Lally without at some point fighting the urge to fall asleep. That has always happened. At some point, I catch myself like, oh shit, okay. Because nothing that they say is of any substance at all whatsoever. It is the emptiest shit you hear anybody say. Especially when the burden of proof is on them. It's all just double talk bullshit that is in defense of the defense. Like, double talk bullshit. Making excuses for blatant Brady violations. Making excuses for them.
And there were dialed calls between him and Mr. Albert. And so you have to look at it in context rather than say it's an unequivocal denial and there's an aha moment. There is no aha moment.
This whole case is an aha
Do you have
moment,
the
you
grand
dumb
jury
fuck.
I think I might have got it from Ms. Little earlier, but the grand jury testimony of Brian Higgins, I have it. It's just easier if you have a cite to that.
I have a tab, but I don't have to turn
I'm sure
McLaughlin
Ms.
does.
McLaughlin can get it.
I'll
from-
provide it momentarily.
All right, thank you.
So what really arises from the subterfuge is that the defense did not ask for video. There was video provided when the prosecutor.
Thank you, Kim. Hats off to Nan. I would have been in brackets as a fellow attorney. I cannot control my temper with this utter bullshit. Thank you so much, Kim.
Just learned about it. There was video that was in the hands of Trooper Proctor that should have been provided to the prosecutor that wasn't. There was nothing done to alter or taint the video. There was nothing destructive about it. There was no tactical advantage. There was no benefit to the government. And clearly from Trooper Proctor's testimony, there was no effort whatsoever to hide it. It should have been managed better, no doubt. But there was nothing about it that was prejudiced.
It should have been managed better right there. The fact that it wasn't managed perfectly is enough to throw it out. Like, yeah, that was awesome.
Prejudicial. There was nothing about it that showed tampering or altering. And so ultimately, the import of the defense's argument is that this evidence, this information,
Yeah,
is exculpatory.
let me be abundantly clear about something, and I want this to be understood. Bederow, the mighty Mark Bederow, is the dopest motherfucker alive. This is a fact. Okay? This is a fact. Somebody fucking sue me if it's not true. It's a fact. The dopest motherfucker of all time. The dopest motherfucker to ever fucking stand on 2 feet.
Exculpatory because what they claim is that it would show that Ms. Reed's taillight was cracked, not missing a piece. Now, first thing we look at is Nick Barrow's testimony. And if you have an opportunity to look at his testimony on page 12, line 1, the defendant told you part of the story. I saw there was some damage to the rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection.
Thank you so much. Living the mom life. I wish I could have been there this week. As a Massachusetts taxpayer, I am infuriated by the wasteful spending of Governor Healy and Meatball Morrissey trying to pin it on the girl on my dime. Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what you should be pissed about. Thank you so much.
That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. But they forgot the next part. And there was a piece missing, but not completely damaged. That's exactly how we see Miss Reed's car later on after it is at Canton. The entire taillight is not missing. There is a piece missing. That piece, where the fractions of it are found at 34 Fairview, right near Mr. O'Keefe's body. The same parts of the taillight fragments that are found in the sleeve of his shirt. And so it's not simply cracked. Even the witness they tried to lean on, Mr. Barrows, says more. And so if that taillight is not just cracked, that taillight is missing, then there is nothing exculpatory whatsoever about the Canton video. It's a red herring because there can be no plant of fractured taillight if it's already gone before it gets to Canton. There can't be. And so when looking at the evidence, it is unequivocally clear that piece of the taillight is missing well before that car ever gets to Canton. And so we can quibble and we can dispute and we can go back and forth all day, but the best way is to just show you the evidence. And so when we look at the evidence,
Thank
let's
you,
start
Cat
first
Randall.
with the claim that the Sallyport videos were tampered with. Canton went back before January 29, 2022, and they took samples of the video to see if it was in the same condition, inverted for the back wall and fuzzy for the front wall. And we have those, and we turned those over to the defense. And I just wanted Your Honor to see a small clip of that to show this condition, these conditions existed before this case was even a moment. So with the court's permission, I'm going to ask to put up exhibit number 2. Exhibit number 2 shows the inverted camera from January 1st, 2022. Now this is 28 days before Ms. Reed's Lexus hits the Sallyport area. And you can see, if you stop that, please. Thank you very much. On that wall, on that garage wall, there's a 4. It is backwards. This Sallyport video was not doctored by Trooper Proctor. It wasn't altered by Trooper Buchanan.
No, it was altered by Colleen Crawford, you dipshit. We all know that.
It was in existence well before Ms. Reed's car showed up to that Sallyport. Similarly, front wall camera, could you please put on exhibit 3? Exhibit 3 is from January 28, 2000.
And there's Nanda saying that there are indications of AI tampering software on the clips too.
2022, a day before Ms. Reed's vehicle makes it to the Sallyport. And you can see the quality. It wasn't distorted on purpose. It wasn't manipulation by the state police. This is the way the camera worked in Canton.
No, it was manipulation by the Norfolk County DA's
So
office.
the idea of tampering, we can claim it, we can assert it without fact, but we can prove it did not happen. Now, what we know is that missing taillight was not tampered with because it was gone hours before police even touched Ms. Reed's vehicle.
No, dude.
And
The
I-
only way you can prove that it didn't happen is if you provide the original metadata. That's the only way. There's no other proof that's going to be good enough.
At 5:08 a.m., she left Meadows Road. That's John O'Keefe's home. And when she left at 5:08 a.m., that taillight part was already missing. If we look at exhibit 6, please. This is from the ring video of John O'Keefe's home. This evidence directly contradicts the idea that the Sallyport video is relevant to show any break or planting of evidence. As Ms. Reed nudges into Mr. O'Keefe's car, she will pull forward and we'll stop the video in 2 spots so you can get a clear look of that rear taillight missing. Forward, please. Thank you. And then ahead 1 more. You can see the white light shine. Stop. You can see it clearly missing. You can't plant something that's already gone. And the reason why you see white, it is a red taillight cover, and when the red is missing or gone, as it is in this case, the white bulb still shines, and that's why it shines white. The defense position is also contradicted by the ARCA witnesses. If you look at Dr. Wolf's testimony,
This I gotta hear.
trial, it's noted as Exhibit 10 in our package. Page 36. ADA Lally asks the good doctor, now doctor, in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant backing out a garage and making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in his driveway at about 5:07 in the morning on January 29th? Says, I'm not aware of that. And then if we move to page 124, line 1. Now, line 2. Now, as far as you're aware from the review and your testing and everything that you did in this case, if a collision occurred at a lower speed, say 1, 2, anywhere from 0 to 5 miles an hour, would that create the damage to the taillight that you observed in this particular case? And Dr. Wolf says, at that speed, no. We
Right.
provided notice of our own expert. And there's
That's because it was cracked. And that's because it was cracked and Trooper Barrows, or not Trooper Barrows, but Officer Barrows, testified under oath adamantly that it was cracked and not fully damaged. And we've gone over that footage before. And it's clear that it's just cracked. That there's a very small piece of white light.
There's one thing many things, but one critical thing the experts will all agree on. That nudging did not cause the damage to that.
Wait a
taillight.
second. You're saying that there's an AI app at the bottom of the there's an AI app tab on the bottom of the fucking taskbar? Are you fucking kidding me? I need to know more about that.
The defense position is also contradicted by dash cam footage. Sadly, an officer went to the O'Keefe home.
Now,
checked
this
on
guy
him.
here behind Bill is one of the paralegals, and he's taking notes the whole time too.
His niece and nephew on that tragic day. And when he did, he had a dash cam.
Or he's an
video for the
intern or
reinforcement
something. I can't
that
remember.
That taillight is missing well before
Thank you,
that vehicle
PokeSD.
makes it to the Sallyport area. If we could play Exhibit 7, which is dash cam footage.
Oh, it's on the
Of O'Keefe's
top?
car in his driveway at 8:22 a.m. If you could close up from the court, please.
Okay, so hold on.
Right side to the left side.
Holy shit, it's right there. Edit your images using AI. Perfect your images and transform them into something brand new. Oh, it's right fucking there, dude. It's right fucking there. Unreal. Right there. Edit your images using AI. Perfect your images or transform them into something brand new. They have this app open, and that's what they're showing. Because you wouldn't get that notification. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that you would get that notification unless you're actually running the app. So here they're showing from the app that does AI shit. That's how they're showing evidence to the judge. From an app that generates AI. Wow. Wow.
Although covered and impacted by snow, if you could close more close up, please, you can see that taillight, just like the detective indictment said, just like the 508 ring video shows, is missing. Is missing. There's no plan. The defense's position is also contradicted by the alarm.com video that we received pursuant to Rule 17. There are 2 videos, 8 and 9. If we could play Exhibit 8, please. This is the defendant's car arriving indicted in the driveway.
Agreed, Lothario. Thank you.
The defendant on the passenger
Meatball
side.
Morrissey,
The
Skitty
UPC
Stain. Thank you so
walks
much.
to the back of the car
Dude,
and there's
shut
light-
the fuck up for a second, bro. I can't remember who have been Melanie Little. She had info that Trooper Poopa and Colin Crawford have been altering videos since 2015. Yes, thank you for that. I heard about this too. I just haven't gone over it. But I was informed of this as well.
light, tail light, and stop. And if the question is, what are they stopping for? We can play video 9. This is when the car is being put on the tow truck before it makes its canyon. And just like 508 in the driveway of Meadows, John O'Keefe's home, you will see that right tail light shine white, showing the missing tail light cover on 2 occasions. If you have an opportunity to stop the video at the important points, please do so.
Can you lower it?
You cannot.
Can you zoom in on it?
Your Honor, I would encourage the parties to look at it on the computer. The clarity is much better, and it's very clear. The white light missing video. I cannot see it clearly on the screen.
So will you give me a flash drive of all of these exhibits?
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
If you look at it on a small screen, see right there?
I do see it.
And then you'll see it again. So the alarm.com video contradicts the defendant's position that
So somebody correct me if I'm wrong, because they are using VLC media player. So does that contradict that they have an AI app open looking at this, showing this?
exculpatory about these Sallyport videos. In fact, this whole idea of third party or plan doesn't come to town until 9 months after Ms. Reed is indicted. Perhaps the best evidence that contradicts the defense position that there's any relevance to the Sallyport video, that there's any type of plant by anybody, is from the defendant herself. Ms. Reed spoke to Gretchen Voss on June 20th, 2023. And in that testimony, or in that interview, she said, when my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jen and Kerry, look what I just did to my light. And I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing and some of the red plastic is missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
The production should have been sooner. It should have been cleaner. There should have been a log or an entry. The failure to provide was inadvertent. It was unfortunate. It shouldn't happen. But it's not Brady. It's not exculpatory. It's not intentional. It's not tampered with. It was inadvertent.
It doesn't matter if it's intentional.
Evidence is overwhelming that that light is missing before the car makes it to the foot of the Sallyport, so there can be no claim. That is my argument regarding the Rule 14 issue. I would like to have time to speak about the claim.
You're a little
I understand
cunt.
the temperament of the court. I'm not tone deaf, but it is a claim that was lodged that has collateral consequence. And I think it's important.
You big dummy.
May I?
Yes.
The claim of jury tampering is probably one of the most serious claims that one can make because it's not simply an attack on a case. It questions the fabric of our entire judicial system.
Dude, dude, Fanning was the officer in charge of securing the jury, bro. Like, that's totally a conflict of interest. There's no fucking, it just is. That shouldn't have happened. And the jury was instructed, according to Ronnie, to basically take anything that the defense said as distractors and to blow them off.
A good juror comes to court and believes there is no integrity in the court or in the judicial system, it is impossible for a fair-minded juror to even consider evidence because they do not trust the system to begin with.
Twat!
And if a government actor or a trooper or a police officer tampered with a jury, that would be one of the biggest, most abhorrent transgressions that could happen. Because of the collateral consequence of tampering with the jury, it would take away the community's belief in our system. On the other hand, if there is a claim of jury tampering and it's baseless and there is no evidence, it is not only a direct attack on the judicial system, it would seem to be an effort to try to undermine the authority of the
Oh,
Supreme
thank
Court
you.
trial
Appreciate
to
it.
impede the ability to have a fair trial. It is an extraordinary claim, and it's notable. The defense motion to dismiss is not just a motion to dismiss; it's a motion to dismiss for extraordinary government misconduct. So when you make an extraordinary claim about jury tampering, there should be extraordinary evidence.
No
There isn't any
offense, but
ordinary
you are
evidence.
a
There is no
stupid
evidence
asshole.
of jury tampering in this case. Now, I don't want to belabor this, but it's important because of the consequence of what happens when a claim like this is lodged. There is damage. And why I'd rather sit down, as I said before, a lie unchecked becomes the truth. And so how does one propagate a claim of jury tampering when there's no evidence? Well, first you need to
Get the
see
fuck
product.
out of here.
And all you have to do is whisper it and hope the poison goes out there and is resonating in the potential community. And so what happens in this case? The defense finds a willing partner who covets an opportunity to meet with the defendant. They find a time, like after the Super Bowl, so there's this national exposure, and they just seep the information. They just seep it into the public and let it resonate. There can be no retort. The government can't respond. No facts, no evidence. Just saturate the public. Now it's important to see or hear or read what is said, because this really is the acorn that is being planted that cannot be rebutted. And it's not insignificant that this same information before this interview is being disseminated by Mr. Kearney. This idea that there was tampering by Lieutenant Fanning, not a coincidence. And so during this interview that the defendant and the attorney have, the question's asked. I don't know why it's asked, but it's asked. There have been sort of these unsubstantiated claims in the atmosphere that there might have been some funny business with the jurors who were dismissed. Really? And Mr. Jackson says, right. Question, is this a real concern that you have? Is this something that you were looking at, or have you just dismissed it as a rumor?
Hold on. I got to hear all this again.
What is said. It's important. Just get into the public. like after the Super Bowl. So there's this national exposure, and they just seep the information. They just seep it into the public and let it resonate. There can be no retort. The government can't respond. No facts, no evidence. Just saturate the public. Now it's important. It's important to see or hear or read what is said, because this really is the acorn that is being planted that cannot be rebutted. And it's not insignificant that this same information before this interview is being disseminated by Mr. Kearney. This idea that there was tampering by Lieutenant Fanning.
Yeah, like, dude, jurors came forward and reached out to Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy's sources, Mr. Kearney, as you keep calling him, are as credible as it gets. As credible as it gets. When jurors come forward and they say, you're the guy I want to talk to, that's as credible as a source gets.
Not a coincidence. And so during this interview that the defendant and the attorney have, the question's asked. I don't know why it's asked, but it's asked. There have been sort of these unsubstantiated claims in the atmosphere that there might have been some funny business with the jurors who were dismissed. Really? And Mr. Jackson says, right. The question, is this a real concern that you have? Is this something that you were looking at, or have you just dismissed it as a rumor? Answer, I never just dismissed that as rumor. Something like that, it's too convenient for the prosecution for us to just dismiss out of hand. Do I have any evidence, specific evidence that there was jury tampering? I don't have any specific evidence of it. And yet we have a motion filed 2 weeks later. Do I think there are questions that should be asked? Do I think that?
Because you're failing to acknowledge the fact that he doesn't have to have evidence of it. He's discussing this in an interview with Ted Daniel. He's saying, no, I don't have any evidence that there was jury tampering. But what matters in this setting is that you have evidence that there wasn't jury tampering, because Fanning being in charge of that jury is completely and totally inappropriate and a violation of Karen Reed's right to a fair and impartial jury. It is 100% a violation of Karen Reed's right that she already had. That's the default right there. Karen Reed has a right to a fair and impartial jury. And in lieu of that, the fact or the idea of Fanning becoming anywhere in any position around that jury should have been shot down and dismissed immediately. The second that Beverly Cannoni knew about it, she should have put a stop to it. She should have made it something else, got someone else, but kept Fanning as far away from that jury as possible. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. So no, sitting here and going, oh, well, they don't even have any evidence that there was jury tampering. No, you need to have evidence that there wasn't, because Karen Reed already by default is innocent until proven guilty, and Karen Reed already by default has the right to a fair and impartial jury. So because of this oversight, we'll call it just for this point, due to this oversight, Karen Reed she's entitled to the benefit of the doubt. She's entitled to the benefit of the doubt by default. And Judge Beverly Cannoni knows this, but doesn't seem to care. She cares when she acts like she's being accused of something that she wasn't accused of. I'm accusing her of it. I'm accusing her of it. I'm accusing Beverly Cannoni of being corrupt because she had to know that Fanning being anywhere part of that jury was completely and totally inappropriate and a conflict of interest, and especially a violation of Karen Reed's civil rights. It's just that simple.
I think that there are questions that have been raised about the way the jurors were dismissed and who was dismissed very specifically. And then it continues on page 13 of the transcript. Question. One of the state troopers who was involved with the Norfolk DA's office and on the periphery of the investigation was also responsible for the jury. Not sure where these questions come from. Answer, right. He wasn't that far on the periphery of the investigation. He was involved in the investigation. He was direct supervisor over the individuals that were testifying and over and about whom we had leveled some very, very serious claims and ended up proving those claims during the course of direct and cross-examination in the presentation of our case. That person, that supervisor, we found out well in the trial. As a matter of fact, at the end of the trial, we found out is the very person who was
See, this is why you don't underestimate Hanky Spanky here. Hashtag Hanky. This is why you don't underestimate him, because he understands that Karen Reed's support, the public having her side on this, is what's getting her through this trial. It's his biggest adversary, is the fact that the public is on her side and not his. This is his biggest adversary, and he's taking jabs at it right now. He's going over the Ted Daniel interview because it drove him crazy. The fact that Alan Jackson spoke facts. It is absolutely true, because Judge Beverly Cannoni is not denying it, that he was in charge of this jury. He had top authority over the security of that jury. That means that whoever did have the task of managing this jury and securing this jury answered directly to Fanning. That is an absolute conflict of interest. That is an absolute violation of Karen Reed's right to a fair and impartial jury. 100%. It is. There's no denying that. And the fact that Brennan is standing up here trying to act like it's okay. The fact that Judge Beverly got so defensive about it. When Jackson was arguing his case. Cat Randall gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like he should have never, like Alan Jackson said, he should have never even been within the orbit of the jury. It's completely inappropriate.
is governing the jurors. That's a question that should be raised. That is an issue that should be teased out. Should never, ever happen. That is the very definition of a conflict of interest.
Somehow Alan Jackson is the villain here because he said this in a news interview. Somehow Alan Jackson is the villain here because he said this in a news interview. It's not like he lied. Karen Reed has the right to speak out on her own behalf. And she has the right to have counsel speak for her. I mean, it's just that simple. But now, she or her attorneys cannot talk about this case. There's a gag order on it. They can't talk about this case with anybody. Which brings me, for those of you who are new to the channel and or what you guys weren't here at the beginning of the stream, I'll say what I said earlier. My impression right now is that this gag order was at least in part designed to keep Bederow from being able to consult with Karen Reed's team. She denies Bederow, which never happens. Denying an attorney, denying a defendant of the counsel of their choice is something that's just about never done. But it's happening here. Bederow is absolutely qualified. So this is not normal. And I just find it too coincidental that there's also now a gag order. He's whining and bitching about Karen Reed talking to the news, talking to the press. He's whining and bitching about that, but that's not what this is about. This is about keeping her from being able to seek counsel behind the scenes to get so Bederow can at least liaise. But now they can't. That would be a violation of Bev's order. Now they can't. That's what I think, anyway.
Is that standard in Massachusetts for just the DA's office to assign whoever they want to be sort of, supervisor of the jury? Yeah. Is it standard in Massachusetts? I hope not.
And the reason why this is Hank Brennan has an MO. Hank Brennan has an MO. Okay? He is committing a crime right now by violating Karen Reed's rights, and he has an MO. He has a method. He has a modus operandi. So, and that MO is sabotaging Karen's defense. If you look back at everything that he's done since he has taken on this case, he has gone after her defense. He hasn't brought forward evidence. He's been fighting bringing forward evidence that he's required to bring forward. He's been whining and bitching and complaining about what he's already obligated by law to do. So he's fighting actually presenting a case, not just failing to have a case, but fighting anything that would that the defense is entitled to. Like, tell me how you're going to prove this case. We need to know. And he fights them on this. And every motion he files is in some way trying to block an expert from testifying. And it's interesting because he didn't file an opposition motion for Bederow. But we know why. You never filed an opposition motion for Bederow, yet Bev still denied Bederow. Why is that? How does that happen? When does that ever happen? And then now there's a gag order where Karen nor any member of her legal team can discuss this with anyone outside other than themselves and each other, outside of themselves. Right when Bederow is denied. That's a coincidence? I don't think so.
Never seen that in my life. But
you and me both, buddy.
I said I've never seen this type in my life as it pertains to the Massachusetts justice system, the criminal justice system. I'd have a lot of nickels.
So I didn't see that interview. I don't have the transcript. I'd like a copy of that transcript.
Your Honor, I understand. I may be mistaken. We produced all of the exhibits to the court, and you should have a transcript. If not, I'll get it to you immediately.
Okay.
Okay. So after step one, finding a vehicle to plant the seed, and they did that very effectively.
And I want to like really hammer that point home. Hank Spanky # Brennan, he does not have a case. He does not have a case. Therefore, he is sabotaging, doing everything he can to sabotage Karen Reed's defense. But the important thing to take from that is that any other judge that I have ever seen presiding over any other case that I have ever followed, covered, would have put a stop to that a long time ago. It's clear what's going on here. It's clear that he doesn't have a case. It's not theory. It's clear that he doesn't have a case. It's plain as day that he has no case that will ever get 12 jurors of her peers to unanimously convict her. It will never happen. He doesn't have the case for it. The only chance he has is by violating Karen Reed's rights and denying her of her defense, sabotaging her defense as best as he can. That's the only chance he has. But like I said, the important thing to take from that is that it's so obvious, and Bev hasn't put a stop to this. I have never seen a judge that would not have put a stop to this in a long time ago. Not even so much as a reprimand. Not even so much as a warning. Okay, you better be, like, if you better start showing me that you've got a case here and that you're not just trying to cut Karen Reed's legs out from under her. That's what any fucking on the money judge would do. You better start showing me that you have something here. At least they would say something like that. You better start showing me you've got something here, because this is crazy. All you've done is file motions to try to cut her legs out from under her. And if you think that this is just business as usual, you're fucking retarded. I mean, it's just simple. Like, it's so blatantly in your face. If you've ever followed more than one trial, you've never seen a judge that would do this. I promise you that. There's no judge that would put up with this. The only reason that this could possibly be is that she's dirty. That is the only thing that makes any sense.
Who are they going to blame? Who's going to be the villain? In this case, the villain goes from anybody that gets in the way. It could be a soccer mom. It could be a police officer. It could be a good Samaritan. Anybody that crosses the path is a target. And now they decided they were going to identify Lieutenant Fanning. Lieutenant Fanning is one of the most conscientious, dedicated, admired.
Did you see Karen? Yeah. Watch Karen.
The most.
Watch this. You're going to love this one. You're going to love this shit.
Conscientious, dedicated, admired.
What?
State police officers in Massachusetts. After having his name attempted to be sullied all over social media, attacking his integrity and his name.
Look at Nathan. Look at Nathan and look at Janet, dude.
Attempted to be sullied all over social media.
Look at Janet's just straight up shaking her fucking head.
Yeah. Attacking his integrity and his name. I can dare say that Lieutenant Fanning is in a different.
Look at Nathan right now. Nathan's just like, bro. Like, this is what Nathan's fucking face is saying right here.
Bruh. Bruh.
In a different position than many. His integrity is so reputable, none of that will break him or his reputation. But it happened. When you look at the motion filed by the defense in this case, and they found their target in Lieutenant Fanning, you look at this motion, page 15.
I mean, the thing is look at Nathan, bro. He's killing me right now. Like, dude, I'm trying to tell you people, like I'm not doing that tonight because I'm already going on almost 4 hours, but I don't need to go over this 2015 thing because it's already been gone over. Plus, it's like I already know that this is bullshit because of the Sandra Birchmore investigation. I mean, that's more than enough. This guy was in charge of the Sandra Birchmore investigation, and it was ruled a suicide. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know.
It's important when they made this public pleading, getting back to my request for your honor the other day. You look at the bottom of page 15. It talks about Lieutenant Fanning and tries to align him or associate him with Trooper Proctor because Trooper Proctor's text message was on a chain that included Lieutenant Fanning. Lieutenant Fanning did not reprimand or otherwise correct his subordinates' disgusting and inappropriate behavior. As a result, he was investigated by the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability for allegations of inappropriate correspondence between department members. True. But then they leave off the punchline. They put this in a public document. They try to smear him, degrade, demean, dehumanize. But what they leave out is that after this thorough investigation by the Office of Professional Accountability, where they took strong measures, very strong measures when they found something that they were not in agreement with, they concluded that these complaints were not sustained.
So we were all aware of that. I received verification of that through the Pleadings Council was all aware of that. I just need the date. When was he cleared? When was that made public?
We'll have to provide that to you.
Was it prior to this? Was it prior to the motion being filed?
Yes, it was last year, last fall. I can provide the date right now.
Okay.
Trooper Lieutenant Fanning is not in a unique position.
If I may, Your Honor, sorry. It was July 17th, 2024.
He is similarly situated to the many first responders and witnesses in this case. And then, without any basis, the defense then distorts that Lieutenant Fanning was in charge of juror security. He had control of the jury, and he had access to the jury. Think about.
He had control. He had control. He absolutely had control. The people who had control of the jury answered directly to him. That is control. That is the definition of control. He had ultimate control over the jury.
What those statements say to our community. We're going to pile in here in less than a month to try to give a fair trial to both sides. Think about what those words mean.
Yeah, they mean
selecting their target and trying.
What they mean is that Judge Beverly Cannoni is a corrupt piece of shit. That's what they mean. That's what those words mean, because they are facts. That Sergeant Fanning was in charge of the security of that jury. That's completely inappropriate. There's no dressing that up to where it's okay. None.
Dehumanize him and degrade him. They then try to create an illusion of this grandiose habit that is running amok. Trying to get the community to think Trooper Fanning controlled, had access, and tampered with the jury. Think about that concept. Not only is it an attack on Lieutenant Fanning, it is an attack on the integrity of the trial court. I've walked a lot of hallways in the trial courts over the past 30 years. And the heartbeat of trial.
This guy is actually sitting there and arguing to Judge Bev, and she's putting up with it. She's listening to it. She's humoring it. That Sergeant Fanning is somehow credible, that he's somehow a decorated dude. An officer of integrity. The fuck out of here with that. Bullshit. We already know. We know that Fanning's a piece of shit. We already know. Like, the world knows that Fanning's a piece of shit. The world knows that Fanning is dirty as fuck. And somehow, for some reason, Bev is pampering you to sell him as somehow an officer of integrity. Fuck out of my face with that shit.
Of trial courts is the court officers who take their duty so seriously. They help, they assist, they guide, and they have solemn pledges. They are charged with the responsibility of the jury. To suggest this is to suggest that the hardworking men and women in our trial court system who come here every day for everybody else's benefit, it is to suggest that they would cede their authority to the state police and abscond from their duty and responsibility to protect.
No. What it says is that they would concede their authority to District Attorney Michael Morrissey's office. I'm saying it, by the way. So let's hear that one more time.
In our trial court system who come here every day, they help, they assist, they guide, and they have solemn pledges. They are charged with the responsibility of the jury. To suggest this is to suggest that the hardworking men and women in our trial court system who come here every day for everybody else's benefit, It is to suggest that they would cede their authority to the state police and abscond from their duty and responsibility.
I'm saying it. That's exactly what happened here. Except it was to Michael Morrissey's office, not the state police. But it was the state police because the state police work for Michael Morrissey. The state police officers, at least on this case, at least the stadies, I'm not saying all the stadies are bad. I'm saying that the stadies that work this case are merely henchmen for Michael Morrissey. Goons. Hired goons for dirty Michael Morrissey. Period. Full stop. I'm saying it. Dirty motherfuckers who answer to Michael Morrissey. And one of them was in charge of this jury. There's no dressing that up to where that's okay.
Responsibility to protect that jury with no basis whatsoever. That is the concept that they are promoting in this motion. The trial court personnel throughout the state are steadfast and dedicated. I've tried a lot of cases, and I think most of the lawyers in here have. It is without a doubt in Massachusetts that these dutiful men and women of the trial court protect and are sworn at the end of every case and during instructions to protect the jury. And these trial court employees, especially here in Dedham, some of the finest, would never abscond that duty. And yet it is now in the public domain, this suggestion. The only way.
If you got a boss and you got kids to feed, and that boss is dirty and telling you to do shit, I mean, it happens, man. It happens. The bottom line is the dirty motherfucker was in charge. Some people are just doing what they're told. These people wear uniforms. It's their job to do what they're told by their superiors. It's just that simple. And the person who was in charge is a dirty piece of shit.
Only way that you dispel innuendo, suggestiveness, unsupported claims, and the poison that can seep into the community, the only way you can stop that is with fact. So I'm going to list a few facts for the record. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning was not in charge of juror security. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning did not have control of the jury. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning did not act.
Dude, we already saw the proof. You're just saying it's not true? Bev even confirmed it. And said he did not have any contact with the jury. Like, there's transcript of sidebar where McLaughlin stated this. Thank you so much, JW. Thanks for all you do, Will. You and Turtle Boy need a shirt from the security cam windows shot. Says boys will be boys. That's funny. Maybe. Who knows? We'll see. Thank you.
Access the jury. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning was part of a multi-agency cooperative effort to ensure the safety of the public and court participants, which required numerous local police officers and state police because of the bedlam that was created outside. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning never, ever, ever met with or interacted with any juror. Fact: at all times, Lieutenant Fanning worked from a remote.
Okay, that's all fucking sweet and wonderful and everything, hanky spanky. Now fucking prove it. Because it is your burden to do so. Prove it. Prove that Fanning didn't have any contact with that jury. Prove that Fanning did not influence this jury in any way. Prove it.
Remote location, jointly managing operations for the safety of the public, never setting foot on this property when the jury was here, never meeting a juror, never looking at a juror, never being seen by a juror. Fact: no evidence any trial court personnel ever ceded their obligations and duty and handed them off to Lieutenant Fanning.
Exactly.
Fact: Lieutenant Fanning heard numerous rumors from various sources.
This is his word magic. This is also his MO. He flat out lies and uses buzzwords that sell his lies, like the word fact. He's presenting facts right now, in quotes, that are unauthenticated. He conducted an investigation of this on notice to the defense. Also, there is no bedlam outside. There's absolutely no bedlam outside. You know how I know this? Because in addition to the one live stream I showed of me being outside, Tom CPU is always outside streaming live, and there is never any bedlam. The only bedlam that has ever taken place is anybody who thinks Karen Reed is guilty. Jim Ferris body checking Tom CPU, assaulting Tom CPU while he's in court for assaulting Turtle Boy. Jill Daniels' attorney yelled out, "Fuck you," to Tom CPU in response to Tom saying good morning. That happened. Even their attorneys are fucked up. Like, this is all so fucking obvious. There is no judge that would ever let this continue that is ethical. There is no such thing as an ethical judge that would allow this. It just doesn't happen. Tom is always out there streaming. Always, always, always. There is no bedlam. Tom CPU has documented the fact that there is no bedlam outside of that courthouse.
About a juror who expressed potential bias. Fact, Trooper Fanning never investigated, approached, or inquired. He heard the information and provided it to the trial court as is responsible, dutiful, and proper. And I'll repeat one more time, Lieutenant Fanning never, ever, ever interacted, controlled, or met with any juror.
Prove it.
Your Honor, these claims in the motion to dismiss have a theme. Different issues, same thing, same pattern, same effort. Your Honor should dismiss it outright, and we should move to trial. Thank you.
Yeah, right. You should dismiss the case.
Yes, thank you.
Go, AJ.
We're going to address in reverse order some of the statements made by Mr. Brennan. And I want to talk first about this issue of juror interference, which is what we called it. So words matter. We claim that there's interference. He indicates that that would be an abhorrent transgression if there were interference with a juror or a jury. We agree. It would be an abhorrent transgression.
Absolutely. Of course.
The information that we have in front of us is not the information that Mr. Brennan just recited, which is interesting. I'll get to the facts that he very dramatically stated.
Yeah. There you go. Get him.
Fact-based inquiry. One that we asked for, standing right over there at sidebar, and didn't get. But Mr. Brennan, with no support to back it up, and I'm going to ask a couple of pointed questions about that, recites these facts after facts after facts that he claimed absolved the Commonwealth of any transgression as it pertains to the jurors. And when I say Commonwealth, I'm talking about the Massachusetts State Police. Very clearly, in a clever, almost too cute by half argument, Mr. Brennan talks about the good court officers populating this courtroom and this courthouse, about whom we have made no allegation, no claim, nothing. We have nothing but the highest respect and regard for the men and women who wear that uniform and perform these duties. None, zero. And he knows that. But in an effort to create an enemy where there isn't one, he acts like we've insulted the court officers, which we haven't.
Right. He's playing mind games.
He also said that Lieutenant Fanning stood up here and gave a
And they're obvious. They're obvious.
the CD.
You also know how I know Beverly Cannoni is corrupt, because Brennan is blatantly insulting her intelligence, and she's allowing him to do it. Judge Beverly Cannoni is willfully eating a dick right now. Why is that? That's not negligence. He's not fooling her. She knows what he's doing. Why is she eating that dick? Is the question.
A resume for him. He said, greatest guy on the face of the earth. I don't know Lieutenant Fanning. I don't know if he knows Lieutenant Fanning. Not really the point. It's in the personality contest. He said, we identified.
Right. Amy McCabe, thank you so much. I don't understand how the court keeps turning a blind eye to all this bias. It's disgusting. Free Karen Reed. Will, you're the best. We all love you. I love you too. Thank you so much. But yeah, I mean, no fucking judge would put up with being fucking patronized like this. No judge would do that. Her intelligence is constantly being insulted. Constantly. Brennan is constantly insulting. That's his method of argument, is lying straight to her face and playing mind games, playing buzzword mind games with her. Why is she putting up with it is the question. Because she has to know that it's happening, because she's constantly accusing Alan Jackson of doing it to her when he's not. So why? Either a completely stupid person would be fooled by Brennan right now, or a corrupt piece of shit would pretend like she's being fooled by Brennan right now.
By somebody with an unassailable reputation. We identified him. We didn't identify anybody. We were standing up at the sidebar, fat, dumb, and happy, not knowing what was going to happen when somebody else identified him. Wasn't us. And by the way, everything that we filed concerning this was under seal. We didn't disclose anything in any court document. It wasn't a public document, it was under seal. Mr. Brennan then states that he was also a subject, this person with his unassailed career, was the subject of an IA investigation for his conduct on this case. It's not even about something tangential. It's about his conduct on this case, his supervisory role as it pertains to Michael Proctor and his, and I'll repeat it, disgusting conduct as it relates to my client and his text messages, etc. When he was asked about those text messages, his claim was, I was on vacation and I didn't read it. And ultimately, the Massachusetts State Police investigation cleared the Massachusetts State Police officer. We've seen that happen before. The question, or questions, if I could, that surround this inquiry, and the reason we included it in our motion to dismiss, is because it appears that Ms. Reed did not get a fair trial because of this juror's dismissal. How would the person who's unidentified, to this day, unidentified, how would this person know who the juror sitting in one of these seats was if she was at a private location? I won't mention the location. How would they know?
Great point.
How would they know to identify her? How would they know what she said? How would they know to record her
illegally? How would they know to do that? If they never had any contact with the jury, how the fuck would they know to do that? How the fuck would they know who she was? And how the fuck would they end up in the same spot as she is, coincidentally, and record her? And then she's booted off the jury. Because she was, and I saw this with my own eyes, visibly reacting to the defense's evidence. Exculpatory evidence. Visibly reacting to it. Dramatically, I'll add. Going, whoa. That kind of shit.
illegally, potentially, if that happened? How would they know these things? How would they know that if she was a juror, that she was a juror on the Commonwealth versus Reed matter specifically? And how would this unidentified person know of all of the authority figures to go to Lieutenant Fanning, of all people,
Right.
who was then described to us after the fact as the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required. And I went through that with the court this morning, but I just want to reiterate it one more time. Of course, it makes perfect sense that we would presume that if he's the commander, I don't think it gets much bigger than commander. If he's
Right.
the commander of all security operations, he's the commander over operations that's in it to the courts, the actual courts security, the personnel security, the parties' security to whatever degree that is necessitated, but maybe most importantly, the jurors' security. That is a reasonable next step to conclude, a reasonable inference from the facts that we were given.
And it's obligatory that the prosecution prove that he did not tamper with this jury, that Fanning did not have contact with the jury. It is just plain on the prosecution to prove that this didn't happen.
But we do know this. He was this same Fanning that was just randomly picked to go report this to was also the person that was in Ms. Reed's house seizing her phone just months before the trial. He's also the person that was interviewing witnesses or supervising the interviews of witnesses in this trial. He's also the person that was on the text messages between Proctor and his buddies at MSP talking about her and trying to find news.
Let's listen to that one more time.
That was just randomly picked to go report this to was also the person that was in Ms. Reed's
Also the person that listened to this.
house seizing her phone just months before the trial. He's also the person that was interviewing witnesses.
He's the one who seized her phone from her house.
Or supervising the interviews of witnesses in this trial. He's also the
Supervising interviews with witnesses in this trial.
person that was on the text messages between Proctor and his buddies at
And there you go right there. On the text messages where Proctor was being an unethical shitbag. He's in those. He's in that thread. And he's in charge of the jury. He's in charge of security of all the court officers. Because that's somehow okay.
at MSP talking about her and trying to find nudes. We know all of that existed. And yet we were denied an opportunity, Your Honor, an important opportunity to simply inquire before this juror was dismissed. That's all we asked. Let's get Lieutenant Fanning in here. Let's find out what the source of this is. And let's figure out, is it even remotely true? Remember, the juror never said it was true. But lo and behold, minutes before I stood up to give my summation, that juror's removed. That's the problem. This isn't about court officers and besmirching court officers' reputations. That's not what this is about. This is about what happened at sidebar in the matter of minutes that denied Ms. Reed her constitutional right. Just a couple of other points that I just want to make.
That's absolutely true.
Mr. Brennan started his comments by talking about the Sallyport video and how unimportant it is. How unimportant that video is. I'm not going to go through all my points again. The court doesn't need to do that. But I do want to make this point. He says it's not important. There was nothing to see here. We don't pull videos normally. Yeah, of course you don't pull Sallyport videos if you're investigating a bar fight. This was the purported murder weapon. This truck is the thing that the Commonwealth suggests was used to kill a cop. You think a video of it being pulled into the Sallyport might be of some evidentiary value? I don't know. Can't imagine why that would be important. Can't imagine why that might have some evidentiary materiality. Oh,
Yo, Alan is getting spicy now. He's just like, that's it. Like, I can't anymore, bro. Like, the snark has to happen. Oh, how in the fuck is that important? It's the alleged murder weapon. And so it being pulled into the police Sallyport isn't of any evidentiary value? Are you kidding? Get the fuck out of my face with that.
But I do know this. I do know this much. One guy who thought it was important, the lead investigator, he pulled it all of it. He was super, super convinced it was important. And he's the guy that once pulled it, hid it from us for nearly 3 years.
All of this is fact.
Talking about the difference between cracked.
All this is fact.
And missing. Interesting point. Now, I'm not going to go through a bunch of videos and audios, but the court has seen all the pictures and photographs that it needs to see, and the court has very, very good memory. We've never, ever disputed that the light was cracked at 5:07 or so a.m. That's how it got cracked, is the point. It got cracked on its reverse. And a piece was missing. A piece was missing. Not according to me, according to another agency's sergeant, Bederow.
There you go.
Said a piece was missing, but it wasn't completely damaged. Recall that when that light was completely reconstructed with the 46, 47 pieces that were purportedly found, well, they were found at or near 34 Fairview, and then they were reconstructed. Does the court recall what that reconstruction looked like? That taillight was put together almost in its entirety, almost, except a piece was still missing.
Because
A piece unaccounted for.
because they never found that piece. The one piece that actually came off of Karen Reed's car, they never found that piece. Why? Because it didn't happen at 34 Fairview. It happened at 1 Meadows Ave. Interesting that all the other pieces were found, but not the one piece that Sergeant Barrows testified was missing. Not the one piece that's actually showing in the footage of her leaving 1 Meadows Ave.
There's a big difference between a crack and the condition of that taillight, which we've now seen, where literally the entire lens material is basically gone. There's a few shards left on some edges, but the entire lens is basically gone.
Right.
So yeah, it's relevant. And it's exculpatory. The condition of that light when it pulled into the Sallyport driveway.
Factually exculpatory, bro. This was an important argument. Hank is saying the Sallyport videos weren't important, but Proctor did and requested them immediately and then tampered with them. Agreed. That's, yeah.
And with regard to the inverted video, again, Mr. Brennan says there's nothing to see here. We've got inverted videos dating back days earlier. Then why, if that's such common knowledge, then why did Mr. Lally and Sergeant Buchanan, in front of a jury, present that video as a true and correct presentation of what that car looked like and where that car was? Mr. Lally actually asked the question.
Remember that, folks. That's also a very important fact to remember. That evidence that Brennan is saying is irrelevant? Why did Lally present it? The defense didn't present it. Lally presented it. Lally presented that tampered footage to a jury and didn't share it in discovery pre-trial. So, but nothing to see here, right? Right, hashtag? Nothing to see here, right? Bullshit. Because if it was nothing to see, then why the fuck did Lally think it was so important to present? And question direct on direct Proctor and Bukaki about the Sallyport footage. But it's not important, right? Okay.
I don't have a page inside. I remember it because I was sitting there. He asked the question. Did you see, Mr. Pryor, something I'm paraphrasing, something along the lines of, did either you or Trooper Proctor approach that right passenger taillight? And the answer was no. Because on the video that was being played, it looked like the right passenger taillight was the one closest to the jury. And of course, Trooper Proctor walked right around that and went over to the other taillight. Except when you reverse it, you realize that's the right taillight.
Is there a copy of the reverse, the one that you played? Is that in the exhibits for today's motion?
No. The one that's been corrected?
Yes. I'd like a copy of
I
that.
don't think I have. Sure. We can get that from the court immediately. Also, he played a video of the grainy video showing, hey, look, some of these cameras are just grainy in other particulars as well, at other times and places. Maybe, or maybe not. What's interesting is the grainy video that we saw, if my memory serves me, and it's my memory, and it's being taxed at this point, but my memory is the chyron on that video, in other words, the running numbers, was at the bottom. That video he just played was at the top. That's the exact same video. If it's apples and apples, oranges and oranges. Why is that different?
Why is it different?
And with regard to Ms. Reed's actual statement,
If it's the same fucking video, then why the fuck is it different? I tell you why. Because it's been altered. It's simple.
that's in that interview that was played, or I'm sorry, it wasn't played, it was recited. She said, some of the red plastic is missing. Some of the red plastic is missing. In other words, piece is missing. It's completely consistent with the condition of that taillight before it was at the Sallyport. With regard to the facts that were recited by Mr. Brennan at the very end, every one of those is unsubstantiated. How does he know all that information? Who has he been talking to? And why don't we know about it? If in furtherance of this motion, there was an interview done of Lieutenant Fanning that laid out all of this information about not having contact with jurors and not doing this and not doing that, but yes, doing this and that and the other thing, why is the first time I'm hearing about this when he stands up and tells us? That has been the pattern of this Commonwealth's presentation to this court and in front of the jury consistently. That is the punctuation mark at the end of the sentence. And why don't we know about it? Substantiated. How does he know all that information?
Sorry, you got to hear that one more time.
Is unsubstantiated. How does he know all that information? Who has he been talking to?
Right.
And why don't we know about it?
Why is he stating?
Further to this motion,
Why is he stating all this stuff as fact, and why doesn't the fucking defense know anything about it? He just sat up there and just stated a bunch of bullshit as fact. Who's he getting his information from? How does he know these things to be fact? And why doesn't the defense have the same access to the same information? If this isn't a blatant Brady violation. So either Brennan is holding out on discovery again, or he's just flat out fucking lying. I'm going to go ahead and go with the latter.
There was an interview done of Lieutenant Fanning that laid out all of this information about not having contact with jurors and not doing this and not doing that, but yes, doing this and that and the other thing. Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
Thank you so much, Llama Drama Queen. Appreciate you. Fact ain't fact without backup. Straight facts.
When he stands up and tells us. That has been the pattern of this Commonwealth's presentation to this court when he stands up and this and not doing that, but yes, doing this and that and the other thing. Why is the first time I'm hearing about this when he stands up and tells us?
Right.
That has been the pattern of this Commonwealth's presentation to this court and in front of the jury consistently. That is the punctuation mark at the end of the sentence. Why am I just now getting that? Why wasn't that appended to his motion?
And why aren't you calling him out on it, Bev? That's the biggest fucking question. But he's already skating on thin ice with this corrupt piece of shit. And so he can't say that. All he could do is call out and stay on task, really, because it's really the smart thing to do. Call out the fucking bullshit that the Commonwealth is pulling here. Put her in a position to have to fucking act on it. Do something about it. Put this fucking goon on fucking blast and go, hello?
Was there a conversation Mr. Brennan had with Lieutenant Fanning that we need to know about? This is exactly why, Your Honor, exactly why. If this court is not inclined to dismiss this case, and it should, the maladies of the Brady concerning the Brady violations and the discovery violations are so manifold in this case. They cannot, it's irremediable harm. Irremediable harm. This case should be dismissed because of the conduct of the Commonwealth, including Michael Proctor holding onto his videos, hiding those videos, and then others involved with strategizing how to use the videos against us, against the defense, in a murder trial without our knowledge and without giving us the videos. But if the court, in the face of all this, determines that it's either unconvinced at this juncture to dismiss this case, then we urge the court to have an evidentiary hearing. That's what this demands, at the very least, an evidentiary hearing so that the court can perfect the record. We shouldn't be guessing at things. And I'll submit.
Boom.
Brennan?
Fuck yeah, bro.
Do you want to say something?
I don't think I need to in light of that presentation, Your Honor.
Yo, the cerebral ninja, bro. The cerebral fucking ninja just fucking Mr. Yannetti, would you like to add anything?
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Bro. No, Your Honor. AJ just fucking destroyed Brennan. I'm good. Thank you.
I know you want to do your motion, Mr. Alessi. I cannot imagine that you can summarize it all in 10 minutes, can you?
I cannot, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm not going to have anybody back here this week or next week. We'll hear that on the 18th when we hear everything else. I urge you, Mr. Leslie, to condense it as much as possible, okay?
I will.
I mean, your pleadings have
Wow.
been very thorough.
I will do so, Your Honor.
Okay. Not yet. So I gave the parties until, instead of Friday for all the motions,
So-
next Monday is.
What just fucking happened? Is Bev bipolar? Why was she a fucking Hanya at the beginning of this hearing, and now she's Betty fucking Crocker? What is going on here?
Monday is fine, but by the following Friday, I want any responses, oppositions, any responses to the other side's motions. And then we'll have a hearing on the 18th. Jim, did we put aside any other days as well?
We did, I thought. Just a sec.
Yeah, we did 18 and 19.
That's what I got, yeah.
All right. I would expect that we would finish all the motions in limine in 2 days and wrap up whatever we have here. All right. All right. Yes.
Fox 25 produced the materials at the beginning, like March 1st. I went down to see if I could get a copy. It's on a hard drive. I can't simply look at it, of course.
And she allowed the motion to fucking unseal Gretchen Voss's notes, if I understand correctly. Right? Didn't that happen? The fuck is that? So let's violate Gretchen Voss's rights too while we're at it. Right? Like, we're talking about Gretchen Voss here. Like, she did fucking shrooms with crusty panties, bro. Like, we're talking about somebody that if she had a confession or something that even fucking resembled it in her notes, she would have fucking turned it over. She would have used it. Should have fucking used it. She would have used it. It would have been the story of the fucking year. She would have cracked the story. She would have been the one that exposed Karen Reed's guilt. Like, right there, if that would have happened, I mean, we're talking about, just think about the fucking side effects of this thing. Right? Think about, like, that would fucking discredit Turtle Boy, on a massive scale. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why the fuck wouldn't she use it?
Office, I would like permission for parties to be able to get a copy of the hard drive, or if I can get the hard drive and make a copy in return.
Does the defense want a copy as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you can make copies.
I'll make 2 copies, and then I'll return the original to the court.
Okay. All right.
Just before you leave the bench, Judge, I do not want the court to decide that motion for sanctions until I just supplement the record. I could do it in 3 minutes, and if
Go
you
ahead.
don't, you can cut me off.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just briefly, Judge. Yesterday, Mr. Brennan represented to this court that I had made an extrajudicial statement regarding Mr. Morrissey and the federal investigation. You'll recall that I stood up in rebuttal and said that it was in court advocating for my client. He then said Court TV is not a courtroom.
So before you go further,
Yes.
I don't know if Mr. Brennan was going to give me a Court TV site on that. Is
Right.
there one, Mr. Brennan?
I'll have to provide a video. I think that Mr. Yannetti is referring to that comment that was a court comment. And so I intend on remedying that record. There's also a conversation after with Court TV.
All right. So provide it to Mr. Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti, I'll give you an opportunity to respond once you get back.
Like, I
Go
just
ahead,
had
you
like
can
a
vote if you wanna do
thought, man. Like, I had a thought. Like, I just imagined just for a moment while Brennan was talking, AJ getting fired up and being like, I'm gonna fucking wreck this guy. Like, I wonder if he like did something like they do in the movies and wrote like a note on a fucking notebook and slid it over to Karen Reed and went, I'm about to fucking break off the earth in Brennan's asshole. Watch this. Like, I'm done with this guy's bullshit. Like, I imagine this happening because it brings me pleasure to do so. Frankly.
Tell me now.
Right now, it's out in the court of public opinion that I made this extrajudicial statement. I said specifically I did not. He contradicted me, and that's where we left it. And he said that he would produce the receipts. Now he's admitting he does not have the receipts. There was no court TV interview where I said anything of the sort. That was a Zoom hearing, excuse me, where I was arguing before Your Honor. You know, I would just note, Your Honor, you know, I don't think it makes sense that Mr. Brennan would have done this on purpose because it was so easily disprovable. You know, it's troubling that he would make this damaging accusation without properly vetting it to see if it is true before he attacks opposing counsel. So that was disappointing to me. And I would just point out, and again, I only need 30 seconds.
All right. So this is dope. Because you remember Tuesday? Remember Tuesday? Yannetti? I wasn't crazy about his argument. I wasn't crazy about it. I thought that it sounded like he was admitting to wrongdoing, like conceding to wrongdoing somehow. I was like, why is he doing this? And I remember Wednesday morning, Karen's camp is walking up to the courthouse. I was live. I asked David Yannetti, I said, hello. And I said, how do you feel today? And he was like, we feel good. This right here is that shift in momentum. Right here, David Yannetti just took the lead again. He just took the shift. He got a hold of the ball. He dropped the ball before, but he just caught an interception.
30 seconds. That
You can take your time, Mr. Yannetti. You're not going to be
well, we're all
35 minutes.
Right. I certainly will not be. You know, this new false allegation comes after my colleague, Mr. Alessi, co-counsel, Mr. Alessi, on February 25th, detailed 9 or 10 false statements that Mr. Brennan has made to this court. And I want to make it clear, I don't need an apology from Mr. Brennan. I don't expect one, but I think perhaps he should apologize to the court. He said today, the lie unchecked becomes the truth. And I just would hope, Your Honor, that you hold Mr. Brennan to the same standard that you hold the defense team. And that's it.
I certainly do. So, Mr. Brennan, if you do not have a site,
then
I need you to let us all know that as well.
Do you? Really?
Well, it's convenient to retort that there were 10 lies by the court. Mr. Alessi lined up. In fact, I looked at the transcripts. Some of his suggestions that I didn't read the paperwork properly were just wrong. I didn't try to shame him today. It was part of accuracy, and I accept that. There was a
There's nothing convenient about it, bro. Like he stated, the fact that there was fucking 10 lies you told, straight fucking lies. He didn't call them lies. You just did. I did when I streamed it or when I talked about it. I did. I called them lies and pointed out the fact that Alessi was careful not to. I remember doing this specifically. But it's interesting now that you're calling them lies.
Conversation. And if you remember, when I related to Yanetti's remarks, it wasn't in relation to 3.6, it was in relation to the fact that they were using the federal investigation to create innuendo that could not be responded to. But I will provide
For your request for the gag order? In support of your argument for the gag order?
in response to how they had used federal materials that were to seal that couldn't be rebutted to make suggestions. It can be related to that point, not 3.6. But I will provide the videos. Mr. Yannetti is right that the exact statement that I used was from a court hearing, but then there were subsequent statements made. So my regrets to Attorney Yannetti, but it wasn't in fashion of a 3.6 violation. That wasn't the intention. It was to show how they used these federal materials before the case was closed to their advantage.
All right. So if you have the site, I'll give you until tomorrow afternoon to find the court TV site. If you have it, supply it to all, Mr. Yannetti. So I'm ordering the Commonwealth, if they have that court TV site, to provide it to all of us. And if you don't, provide that as well. Provide that information as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That's it for today.
All right, support, please.
You are muted.
All right. Jesus Christ, bro.
Get the fuck out!
Oh, man. All right, folks. Yeah, we went 4.5 hours, bruh. Okay, let me see something here real quick. Hold on. Is there no volume? You know what we got to do, bro? We got to do this. Hold on. Let's do a little. Oh shit. This is fucking great. Oh my fucking god, bro. Okay, that's it. All right, my friends. I think that's gonna do it for me, guys. Yeah. I am starving, man. I gotta eat something. But you guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out with me for so long, man. You guys are the shit. Seriously, man. I'm the luckiest dude ever. You guys are amazing. And please, if you haven't already, hit the like. It really helps me out. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already subscribed for new subscribers. I hope you're enjoying the channel. I hope you continue to enjoy it. And all the support. You guys were unbelievably generous. Thank you so much for all your support. Thank you for supporting Karen. Remember, she needs us now more than ever. And you can clearly see why. And so, yeah, I am done, my friends, for tonight. I do love you guys very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.